Chapter 51, Toxois. At that moment, Atalanta noticed a sound that resembled bones cracking. She blinked, watching the red-haired young man crying tears of joy in front of her. The young man was Meleager, one of the most outstanding participants in the hunting festival besides Promise. Atalanta also recalled that he was the one goddess Athena had mentioned who was destined to die at the hands of his own mother, one of the two people whose fates Promise was trying to change. It was uncertain how Atalanta would react if she knew that Meleager's fate included some responsibility on her part. Most likely, she wouldn't care at all. He's fine now. But if you don't let go, he really will be in trouble soon, Atalanta said calmly, recognizing who he was. Hearing this, Meleager finally noticed the huntress standing nearby. He had been able to arrive so quickly because he had already placed informants around the kingdom. Promise and Atalanta were quite noticeable, so the moment they entered the city, Meleager was informed. "Beautiful huntress, you are indeed here," Meleager said, his face beaming with excitement as he looked at Atalanta. Due to his excitement and nervousness, he unconsciously tightened his grip on Promise. If you don't let go, he really is going to die, Atalanta frowned, looking at Meleager with displeasure. Even though Meleager's gaze toward her wasn't one of possession or invasion like many other men, she still didn't like it. If it weren't for Promise, she might have already turned and left. Finally realizing what Atalanta meant, Meleager released the boy, who then slumped to the ground, unconscious. Promise hadn't expected that his second near-death experience would be in the embrace of a hero. Fortunately, it was Meleager and not Heracles. Otherwise, Promise might have found himself waking up back at the clock tower. Calydon Kingdom, inside a room of a temporary inn. In the room lit by the afternoon sun, Promise, who had just woken up, was eating a golden apple while looking rather displeased at the embarrassed Meleager in front of him. He really didn't expect that while Pegasus didn't manage to kill him, this guy almost did. Now, there were only 2 golden apples left. Speaking of which, it seems that Athena did not give me a golden apple when we met last night. After all, she had given him a golden apple every time they met. Due to the incident with Artemis Hunt last night, Promise hadn't noticed this detail for a while. Now that he recalled it, he also found Atalanta standing against the wall beside him, looking at the golden apple in his hand with a puzzled look on her face. Promise didn't say anything about this and just focused on eating the golden apple to feel his body recover significantly, and only after he fully revitalized, did he address Meleager. "Forget it. I won't say much. Just know that I have already noted this down in my notebook, and we will settle this account sooner or later. By the way, did something happen? As soon as I entered the town, I felt something was off. Tonight, there will be a sacrificial ceremony for a god." Without waiting for Meleager, who was smiling awkwardly, to respond, Atalanta spoke lightly. During the time while Promise was resting, she had already gathered the information. In fact, everyone outside was talking about this matter, so she only needed to stand in a corner and listen for a while to find out what was going on. Last night, believers in the temple spread the news throughout the kingdom that a great god would descend here tonight, and this great deity has issued an oracle that everyone must gather under the sacrificial altar this evening. At that time, she will choose the bravest warrior of the kingdom in front of everyone to deal with the terrifying beast that has been troubling the kingdom for a long time. The gigantic boar as big as a small mountain. Calydonian boar. As Promise listened to Atalanta, he was slightly taken aback before he found that the latter was looking at him with a very strange low, okay, which left him puzzled. And that goddess is none other than Athena, one of the 12 most revered deities on Mount Olympus. The goddess of wisdom. Calydonian boar. This well-known myth in Greek mythology has a simple origin. The king of Calydon, Oeneus, who was also Meleager's father, held a grand sacrificial ceremony during a bountiful harvest year. The first fruits of the harvest were offered as sacrifices to various gods, grains to Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, and oils to Athena, the goddess of wisdom. There were rich offerings in front of the altars of almost every god, except for the altar of the goddess Artemis, which remained empty. Angered by this slight, Artemis sent a wild boar to ravage Calydon. She didn't command the boar to attack the town but to destroy all the harvests of Calydon. Thus, every harvest season, the Calydonian boar would come down from the mountains, destroying the crops and fruits they had grown, and trampling anyone who stood in its way or couldn't get out of its path in time. It was precisely because of this situation that I participated in the hunting sacrifice at that time, hoping to receive a gift from the goddess Artemis, hunt the boar, and gain the forgiveness of the goddess. In the hallway of the Calydonian kingdom, as Meleager led Promise and Atalanta toward the kingdom's palace, he explained the reasons in detail to them. Therefore, I am truly grateful to you, Promise. Thank you for willing to ask Goddess Artemis for such a gift on my behalf. Looking at Meleager sincerely expressing his gratitude, the latter rolled his eyes and said grumpily, "All right, if you really appreciate me, just don't suddenly hug me next time. I don't want future bards to sing legends where this great hero dies in such a ridiculous way." Hearing this, Meleager's expression became awkward again. But before he could respond, Atalanta said to Promise, "Isn't that exactly what you want? It just happens to fulfill your wish to go to the underworld." "Not at all. I'd rather be hunted than No, I don't want to be hunted. I don't want any of it." Meleager watched from the side, looking at the two, and slowly closed his open mouth. He looked at Promise, then at Atalanta. In fact, he had noticed it just now. Because he had fallen in love with Atalanta at first sight, Meleager naturally spent a lot of time secretly observing her. Therefore, he actually knew that Atalanta hated men, and she was also a little cold and aloof. She didn't want to contact anyone, and there was no other person in her eyes. Since he met her, Meleager had never even seen her smile. But now, watching as Atalanta conversed with Promise, occasionally smiling naturally, he couldn't help but lose himself for a moment. "Meleager, hey, Meleager, hey, what are you doing?" Promise waved a hand fiercely in front of him, and Meleager snapped back to reality. Then Promise looked at Meleager, whose eyes were still fixed on Atalanta, and then glanced at the huntress, who was looking away with her head tilted. He couldn't help but say helplessly, "All right, act normal." "By the way, where are you taking us?" "Oh, I'm taking you to meet my father." Meleager, having returned to his senses, couldn't help but glance at Atalanta again before explaining to Promise, "I've already told my father about your affairs, and he's very eager to meet you both. Now that you're here, and you've brought a gift from Goddess Artemis, he will surely be very pleased." As he was about to say more, "I don't think it's necessary." A disheveled, bearded middle-aged man suddenly appeared and interrupted the conversation. Comment 7. Vote to left. Chapter 52, Preparing a Painting for Artemis. Promise looked at him and was puzzled to find that the man looked familiar, while Meleager's expression instantly became unpleasant. "Uncle Toxois, what are you doing here?" he said, and stepped forward slightly to stand in front of Promise. "Of course, I'm here with a message from your father." "By the way, kid, you really are alive and didn't die at the hands of that giant stag monster." As Toxois spoke, he stepped forward, stretched out his hand and pushed Meleager away, standing in front of Promise. He then raised his head and looked at the boy in front of him with contempt. Seeing this, Promise suddenly remembered that this was the same arrogant man who had sought tickets for the Argo at the banquet before the hunting festival, and even acted as if giving him the ticket was Promise's honor. "Meleager, is he your uncle?" Promise turned to look at Meleager and asked with some curiosity. After all, he remembered that during the Calydonian hunting, Meleager was so angry for his crush that he killed his two uncles as a sacrifice to the gods. Before the stunned Meleager could respond, Toxois' expression turned ugly, as Promise's behavior was a typical show of disrespect. "You little." In a fit of anger, Toxois reached out to grab Promise. But just then, with a swoosh, an arrow flew past his ear and embedded itself in a nearby pillar. Atalanta, who was standing beside Promise, didn't waste any time on nonsense and just drew her bow, shooting without any hesitation. One time was just a warming. Then, the next moment, she drew her bow again, aiming another arrow at Toxois, her eyes cold and indifferent. The predatory aura she exuded made Toxois, a fellow hunter, instantly realize that if he took another step forward, she would really shoot him to death. just as his face turned pale. Promise intervened, pulling away the arrow out of Atalanta's hand. "All right, Atalanta, there's no need to get worked up over this guy." Although being looked down on didn't make him feel good, but Promise didn't want the two to start fighting and end up with Meleager killing Toxois and ultimately being killed by his own mother, as fate had originally intended. At the same time, Meleager stepped in front of Promise again, clenching his fists and glaring angrily at Toxois, gritting his teeth. "Uncle Toxois, if you have nothing else to say, please leave now." Hearing this, the dark-faced Toxois glanced at Promise and Atalanta, then looked back at Meleager, and said, "Meleager, you really disappoint me. I've been trying to reclaim the honor that rightfully belongs to you. I've said it before, I don't need it, and it doesn't belong to me, it belongs to Promise." "Him?" Toxois laughed angrily, pointing at Promise. "Are you joking? Do you really believe that this weakling can hunt that beast?" "Meleager, wake up. It's obvious that you hunted that monster, and he just got lucky, reaping the benefits of your victory." Hearing this, Atalanta understood what was happening. Unlike Promise, she had been wandering the continent since she was very young. She had often seen men who were brothers one moment and killing each other for glory the next. So she immediately understood that Toxois, despite his words caring about Meleager, was acting out of self-interest and jealousy towards Promise. After all, Hera's envoy and the winner of the hunting festival. Thinking of this, Atalanta couldn't glance at Promise, as in first impression, she could understand Toxois' disbelief. After all, if she hadn't witnessed the boy catching the falling star in the face of death and hunting Actaeon turned into a giant stag, she too would doubt the legends and believe she could have done better than weak Promise. However, just because she understood, didn't mean she would allow anyone to look down on him. Even she. "Uncle Toxois, shut up. If you disrespect my friend again, I, Meleager, will challenge you to a duel in the arena." Meleager's words finally silenced Toxois. He stared at his nephew, clearly stunned that he would speak to him this way for an outsider. "Fine, Meleager, very well. And you, although I don't know what your true intentions are, but it doesn't matter anymore. Because tonight, the great goddess Athena will come to this kingdom, and she will choose the true hero to hunt that boar. Meleager, you don't need to take them to see your father. He's busy preparing for tonight's sacrifice and has no time to see you." With that, Toxois stormed off in anger. Meleager's face changed slightly at his words. He hurriedly assured Promise that his father would see them and would give him the highest honors for everything he had done. Half an hour later, Promise and Atalanta were in Meleager's room while the latter, looking worried, went to find his father. "Why do I get the feeling you're quite happy about this?" After Meleager left, Atalanta sat beside Promise as usual, her green eyes looking at the boy, who seemed more amused than angry, with a curious expression. "Because, Atalanta, don't you think everything that happened today is just too melodramatic?" "Melodramatic?" The latter tilted her head in confusion. "It means seeing cliched and poorly written plots often." Atalanta thought for a moment and realized that it was indeed true. "So, you're not angry?" she asked, puzzled, looking at Promise. "Why should I be angry?" the latter replied, equally puzzled. "But he kept belittling you." "I thought you would kill him right away," Atalanta answered calmly, not finding anything wrong with what she said, as such things were commonplace in that era. After all, in an era where strength is justice and pettiness is a common problem, no one could face such disrespect. Otherwise, events like the Trojan War wouldn't have happened. Zeus, the god king, who held no respect for any gods, got angry and brought destruction to Troy when they dared to disrespect god Apollo and Poseidon. Well, let's not talk about the gods who might kill and destroy people like ants at every turn and thought. Even heroes were too arrogant and demanded respect. Respect is the basic courtesy one can give someone. Enough, it's already melodramatic enough. Besides, killing him won't gain me anything. It would only make things awkward for Meleager and create tension in future meetings, which is pointless, Promise said, shaking his head. "But you've done so much for your friend, and yet you're treated like this. Aren't you even a little angry?" Atalanta knew the whole story and was the only human witness to it. At that moment, she genuinely felt that Promise was being mistreated. Hearing this, The latter paused and looked at Atalanta, finally understanding the real reason behind her discontent. If Meleager thought the same way, then even if I had an agreement with the goddess Clotho, I would still walk away now, Promise said, putting away his smile. After a moment of thought, he answered Atalanta seriously, but Meleager didn't. You saw it, too. He almost challenged his uncle to a duel. Besides, others may not understand the significance of the goddess's sacrifice, but you, Atalanta, should. The sacrifice of the goddess Athena was scheduled to take place tonight. She would come to the kingdom and select the one true hero to hunt the Caledonian boar. Having witnessed Promise catch the silver meteor, Atalanta immediately understood who the hero would be upon hearing the news. It's like climbing a high mountain, Promise said, smiling again at Atalanta. The mountain is tall, and many people think you can't climb it. So, at the beginning of your climb, you'll hear all kinds of ridicule and contempt around you. Maybe at first, you'll think about climbing hard and humiliating them once you reach the top. But as you climb higher, you'll realize how small they've become, and the scenery from the top is so beautiful. Well, to put it simply, Promise wasn't a masochistic guy. He was just a true native of his country, and even though his blood had changed after transmigration, his soul was still baptizes from the Holy Land. So as a citizen of Dra. Kingdom, he had that unsolvable ache to see a classic face-slapping scene. After speaking and seeing that she understood, he spoke. Oh, by the way, once my body can handle it, I'll have Pegasus take us up to the stars at night, and pointed to the blue sky outside, boasting to Atalanta. The starry sea under the night sky, where Pegasus ultimately reaches, is one of the most beautiful sights on Earth. Wait. As he spoke, Promise suddenly stopped. At that moment, it seemed like he had thought of something, and his eyes widened. Then he frowned, lowered his head, and pressed his fingers to his chin, falling into deep thought. What's wrong? After waiting for a while and seeing that Promise hadn't responded, Atalanta couldn't help but ask. She then saw the boy slowly raise his head, his eyes filled with excitement. Atalanta, I think I know. I know how to present that painting to the goddess Artemis. Comment 15. Vote to left. Chapter 53, Hera, why are you here? Promise and Atalanta didn't have to wait long. However, it wasn't Meleager who returned, but the elegant woman in the red dress, Queen Althea of Calydon. When Althea appeared and introduced herself gracefully to the two, Atalanta instinctively glanced at Promise. After all, she had a good memory and still recalled the prophecy left by the wise goddess Athena that night. Meleager would ultimately be killed by the mother he loved the most. Despite being the queen and sister to that obnoxious Toxois, Althea did not exhibit any arrogance. She courteously hosted the two of them. However, as nightfall approached and with the impending arrival of the goddess to the kingdom, it was clear that Althea didn't have much time, so she quickly excused herself after a brief meeting, and apologized repeatedly before leaving in a hurry. Thus, Promise and Atalanta left the palace. Why did you accept the money she gave you? The huntress asked curiously after the guards left. After all, she knew very well that Promise had no interest in wealth, because refusing it would have caused more trouble. Hearing this, Atalanta nodded thoughtfully. As they walked, she continued, now, everyone in the kingdom is preparing for the arrival of the wise goddess, hoping to be chosen as her warrior. They completely overlooked the fact that you brought back Artemis's gift. So, I am quite curious to see their reactions tonight when Athena chooses you. Well, maybe the goddess Athena won't choose me, Promise replied with a smile, only to be met with a sidelong glance from Atalanta. Ignoring her look, he continued, but I didn't expect that goddess Athena would give me this as a gift. Seeing Promise look thoughtful, Atalanta tilted her head in curiosity and asked, why do you say that? Because this isn't the first time I've received such a gift, Promise said, his expression turning peculiar. But the first time, something went wrong, so I didn't expect there would be a second time. That day, I asked Goddess Hera why she didn't reveal her identity to that child, and she told me it wasn't the right time yet. She said that when the child returned to the kingdom and appeared before everyone, she would then appear and stand by the child's side, telling everyone that Hera was that child's goddess, and she would reclaim everything that rightfully belonged to him. This happened in Iolcos, Jason's homeland, marking the beginning of everything. Outside Calydon, under a tree at dusk, the moon goddess Artemis, dressed in beautiful ancient Athenian embroidered clothes, sat listening intently to Athena, who was recounting past events. "But didn't you say that from the beginning, Hera mistook the child for Jason?" Artemis asked after a moment of contemplation. "Yes," Athena nodded with a smile. "So, some things got messy later on. But in the end, everything was resolved perfectly. Even Clotho, the fate goddess who rarely left the Temple of Fate, came there at the time. She informed Hera that promise could also bring her glory. And she hinted that I, too, could be one of the deities he could choose." Athena kept this thought to herself. "So, you decided to prepare this divine offering ceremony, just like back then?" Artemis said, her sky-blue eyes gazing at the bustling kingdom of Calydon. Though she had been furious when she was the only one who didn't receive an offering and sent the terrifying wild boar, her anger had long since dissipated. In fact, not long after sending the boar, a few good naps had made Artemis forget all about it. Yes, because technically, back then, he never truly received the favor of the gods, right? Athena's lips curved into a slight smile. Does Hera know?" Even Artemis gave Athena a peculiar look. "Of course not. And even if she did, what of it? I'm just making up for what she didn't do." Athena blinked innocently at Artemis. "Besides, Promise is so adorable, isn't he?" "Yes, you have a point." The latter nodded in agreement, her mood lifting. "In that case, count me in." "This sounds like fun." Seeing Artemis' predictable request, Athena's smile didn't falter as she spoke. "Of course not." "Artemis, did you forget our recent bet, which you lost?" Hearing this, Artemis paused, then pouted, glaring at Athena. "I see, Athena. You want to hog him all to yourself. Don't think I don't know you plan to snatch little Promise while Hera is busy, right?" Has Artemis gotten smarter? Of course not, she simply thought the same as Athena. The music from that night, the painting, and the silver meteor. Though Artemis' followers were mostly women, she was willing to make an exception for Promise, and if it came to it, she certainly had the power to turn him into a girl. "What are you talking about, Artemis? How could I possibly compete with the noble Hera for a follower?" Athena's smile remained as elegant and composed as ever. She stood up, her golden eyes gazing into the distance, and softly said, "I won't discuss this further with you, because the goddess of the night, Nyx, has already descended to the human world." Nyx, the goddess of the night, drove her chariot of darkness from the underworld to the mortal realm. She was one of the 5 primordial deities born from chaos, embodying and personifying the night. In mythology, she was also the foster mother of Zeus, the king of the gods. Using her powers, she sheltered Zeus in the darkness, allowing him to grow up right under the nose of his father, the second-generation king of the gods. Eventually, Zeus overthrew the divine court and established Olympus. At this moment, in the kingdom of Calydon, nearly every person held a lit torch, illuminating the night as they gathered around the sacrificial tower according to the divine oracle. They raised their heads, looking towards the burning altar, awaiting the descent of the great deity. Each person's eyes were filled with anticipation, hoping to be chosen by the beautiful goddess. They yearned to defeat the terrifying monster with the help of the god and become revered and celebrated heroes. "How do you think the goddess Athena will choose you?" Atalanta stood with Promise near the edge of the crowd, leaning against a large tree. In the center of the crowd were the royal family and nobles of Calydon. She glanced at the scene, a slight smile playing on her lips, finding her own reaction rather odd. Even though she already knew the outcome and that she wouldn't be the one chosen, Atalanta felt an unusual excitement. She looked forward to Goddess Athena's arrival and was even more eager to see her select Promise in front of everyone. Atalanta could already imagine the astonished expressions of the people in the Calydon palace at that moment. The thought made her smile uncontrollably. Atalanta, who was still pure at heart, had yet to realize that this feeling was called joy. Promise was about to answer Atalanta's question when a familiar voice interrupted. "Promise, beautiful huntress, finally found you." The red-haired Meleager emerged from the crowd, smiling brightly as he approached them. Atalanta was momentarily taken aback. She knew Meleager's identity as the Prince of Calydon and had witnessed his bravery and leadership during the hunting festival. Given his qualifications and the general belief among the people, Meleager seemed like the most suitable candidate to be chosen by Athena. Even a few days ago, Atalanta would have thought the same. So, she was genuinely surprised that Meleager, despite having everything in his favor, chose to come and find them instead. "Aren't you going to greet the goddess?" she couldn't help but ask. Seeing Atalanta speak to him directly, Meleager became flustered, his words stumbling as he replied, "Father and Mother did want me to greet the goddess, but I don't think it should be done that way. And since she's the wisest of the gods, the person she chooses will surely be the bravest one here tonight. So it doesn't matter where I stand." Hearing this, Atalanta looked at Meleager, who was seriously expressing his thoughts, and then glanced at the smiling Promise. She couldn't help but recall the scene that night when the transformed monster Actaeon desperately approached Promise. At that moment, much of the resentment Atalanta had accumulated in the palace began to dissipate. Just then, "And who do you think will be chosen by the wise goddess tonight? If it were you?" a gentle voice suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. Hearing the question, Meleager instinctively spoke his mind. "If it were me, I would willingly transfer that honor to Promise." When he won the hunting festival and asked Artemis for that gift, everything should rightfully belong to him. It seems that Chiron has indeed taught a fine group of students. If this child were not here tonight, my choice would undoubtedly be you. Hearing such a response and the beautiful voice like a soothing spring, Meleager instinctively turned his head. Then he saw her, dressed in a flawless white dress, as beautiful as the most radiant jewel among all the goddesses, walking slowly past him. She smiled gently and approached Promise. Her golden eyes gazed at the black-haired, green-eyed youth and extended her hand. "Come," Athena said. "I have come to take you." That night, the goddess Athena, shining like the brightest jewel among the Olympian gods, took your hand. She led you step by step to stand before the people. In the incredulous eyes of everyone, she declared that you were the bravest warrior in the eyes of the wise goddess. Damn Athena! Under the moonlit sky, atop the highest point of the Calydonian palace, Artemis watched the scene below. The crowd parted to make way as Athena led Promise step by step to the center of the gathering. Looking at this scene, Artemis clenched her fists and said angrily, "She hogged all the glory. I want Promise too. I want to snatch him from Hera." "Can you explain to me what's going on right now?" "What situation?" Hearing such words, the moon goddess didn't turn her head and just replied with her face full of displeasure. "Isn't it obvious? Athena wants to make Promise her follower and is trying to steal him from Hera." However, as she spoke, her tone gradually weakened. She blinked her sky-blue eyes, looking at the goddess who had appeared beside her at some point. Seeing the beautiful golden curls spilling from the crown, the flawless face, and the lovely amber eyes under the moonlight, Artemis' eyes widened as she raised her voice and exclaimed, "Hera, why are you here?" Chapter 54, Hera, you can't handle it. In the kingdom of Calydon, as the flawless goddess brought her chosen hero before everyone, a star fell from the night sky and landed in front of them. Pegasus, flapping his silvery wings, carried Promise and Athena away from the kingdom of Calydon under the gaze of all. This was Athena's gift to Promise, a story that would undoubtedly be sung by bards and spread throughout ancient Greece. The hero favored by the wise goddess Athena, riding the fallen star. Are you happy? How does it feel to be the center of attention? On Pegasus' back, Athena sat sideways behind Promise, the night breeze stirring her silver hair. She smiled at Promise and said, "Do you feel that you are one step closer to becoming the hero that everyone knows and sings about?" Goddess Athena, you remembered all along. Of course, Athena nodded and replied. After all, it was our agreement. I will witness you becoming the brightest star of this era and prepare the grandest finale for you at the end of your journey. But the gift I give you today is not over yet. As she spoke, she leaned closer to Promise. When she embraced him, bringing their bodies close together, she gently held Promise's hand, which was gripping the reins. "Let the entire kingdom witness you becoming the most brilliant meteor in the night sky and falling to the earth." Catching the silver meteor was Athena's oracle to Promise. She told him that taming Pegasus would allow him to defeat the Caledonian boar. What Athena didn't say at the time was that ever since Promise met the fate goddess Clotho and made it to this trial's end, it was the moment when Promise truly grasped the meteor. Because before that, he had already faced the wrath of the moon goddess Artemis and changed the fate of the giant stag Actaeon. And when facing Pegasus, he broke the prophecy given to him by the fate goddess and created a future that the goddess of fate could not believe. From that moment, this matter had already reached its conclusion. The hunt for the Caledonian boar was no longer a trial for the hero but a reward given by a goddess to this boy who aspired to be a hero. To make this boy the focus of all attention and have his name widely known throughout ancient Greece. The prophecy of the fate goddess was, in a sense, accurate and unchangeable, unless the most special deity in Greek mythology intervened. Because the work of the three goddesses of fate essentially equaled writing a predetermined program for the world. But Promise was one who had been abandoned yet favored by the goddess of fate. Therefore, his destiny was never entirely certain from the beginning, only a possibility. In the trial that no one, neither gods nor men, believed he could survive except for Athena, Clotho's prophecy showed that in 100 observed futures, Promise's fate was always to fall, without exception. In fact, even Athena could not see a future where Promise survived at the time. The future she later showed Clotho was one that he achieved, which she then successfully captured from countless possibilities. At this moment, Athena sat on Pegasus, closely pressed against Promise, holding his hand together on the reins. And then, under the gaze of the Caledonians who had been watching them, as well as several gods, they became a falling meteor in the night sky, heading towards the Caledonian boar. Thus, the Caledonian hunt, which should have involved dozens of heroes, saw all its future glory and legends bestowed upon Promise alone. That night, everyone witnessed a meteor falling to earth, and they also witnessed the birth of a new star. "Quite breathtaking, isn't it?" Atalanta suddenly spoke, turning to Meleager, who was watching the scene from afar. "But actually, this scene pales in comparison to the moment he caught the meteor a few days ago." Atalanta, thanks to the moon goddess Artemis, was the only human fortunate enough to witness that event. Meleager remained silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "He is really close to achieving it. Becoming the hero that everyone on this continent knows." And then, having a grand hero's finale. After Atalanta said this, the two of them fell silent for a while. After a while, Meleager couldn't help but sigh. "In many ways, Chiron is really confused." "That's right," the huntress nodded, agreeing with him for the first time. "Letting him come down from the mountain, your teacher was indeed quite confused. But in fact, it's mainly because of Jason." "Jason?" Atalanta tilted her head. "Yes, only that fool would bring Promise down from the mountain." "Beautiful huntress, if you meet him in the future, don't hesitate, just punch him," Meleager said earnestly to Atalanta. The latter thought for a moment and then surprisingly nodded. "Yes, if I meet him in the future, I'll do that." Meanwhile, on the other side. "So, it's over just like that?" As Pegasus ran at full speed, transforming into a falling meteor aimed at the Caledonian boar, it wasn't long before Promise dismounted and stood on the forest clearing, looking at the now lifeless boar. Promise was momentarily dazed. Even at the end, he hadn't gotten a clear view of the entire Caledonian boar. "Of course, after all, I made my entrance," Athena responded with a smile. "So, the fates of Actaeon, Meleager, and the others are also resolved?" Promise hesitated for a moment and then looked at Athena with confusion. "Yes, it's all settled now." "But for the specifics," the goddess paused, glancing towards the distant temple of the fate goddess, "you'll have to wait for the petite goddess of fate to come find you herself." "I see." Hearing this, Promise's expression relaxed, and he nodded, saying, "Then I can finally rest easy. Now I can continue to seek revenge and issue my challenges." "By the way, Goddess Athena, can I meet Heracles now?" With his mind at ease, he turned to look at Athena again, recalling the words she had once said. Promise wasn't usually impatient, But these were the 12 labors of a hero destined to be famous worldwide. And after transforming into a heroic spirit, it meant having 12 lives. He wasn't asking for much. Just participating in 3 or 4 tasks would suffice, giving him a few extra lives. Don't be so hasty. Although your friend's matters are resolved, haven't you noticed something missing on our side? Athena said, winking at him and pointing to the moon. Promise naturally understood her hint. The painting for the moon goddess Artemis. Without resolving this, the capricious goddess wouldn't wait until his summoning as a heroic spirit to tighten the noose. She would hunt him down now and lock him up. So, you still need to find. Athena was about to instruct Promise to seek out Hephaestus, the god of craftsmen, while she would hold off Artemis. But before she could finish, Promise's eyes lit up, interrupting her. Yes, the painting for goddess Artemis, goddess Athena. I've already figured out how to present it to her. Athena was taken aback, seeing Promise's determined look. She remembered this expression well, knowing that every time Promise showed such resolve, it always led to some significant event. Are you saying you can now present the painting to Artemis? Athena naturally grew curious and pursued further. A painting made with brushes and canvas would not suffice. But Promise looked up at the night sky's stars with determination and said, if it is a painting imprinted in the eyes and the world, I can create it now, and thanks to you, goddess Athena, I have all the conditions met. Promise continued speaking, seeing the slightly bewildered look on Athena's face. Because of tonight, everyone in Calydon knows me now, and they owe me a huge favor. This way, they will be entirely willing to help me present that special painting. Hearing this, Athena, with her beautiful golden eyes, quietly swallowed the words she had originally prepared to say. Have you thought this through? She then seriously asked Promise, are you truly certain that this painting will satisfy Artemis and make her give up hunting you? No, I'm not sure. Promise thought for a moment, then shook his head before the goddess, but he looked at Athena earnestly. But I believe that this painting is the best I can create at this point. If, under those circumstances, Artemis is still not satisfied and continues to hunt me. Promise reached out and grabbed Athena's hand, with a mock-crying expression that almost made the goddess laugh. Goddess Athena, I would truly have to rely on you. Seeing this, Athena barely held back her laughter and was about to comfort Promise with her divine demeanor. Ahem. When a loud cough suddenly interrupted them, causing them to startle. Both of them instinctively turned their heads to see Queen Hera, her face completely dark, standing there. Beside her was the moon goddess Artemis, who looked innocent and curious, her blue eyes wide open in curiosity about the painting Promise has mentioned. Wait a minute, I'm not Zeus. The feeling of being caught by Hera as if she were catching a mistress was utterly bewildering to Promise. Coming out of his daze, Promise saw the clearly angry Hera and then looked at Athena, who now wore an awkward expression. He was utterly confused. Athena, you. Just as Hera was about to angrily say something, Athena interrupted her with a seemingly cheerful welcome. Hera, you're here. Just in time. Did you see Promise's performance just now? Surely, after tonight, his name will spread across the continent. This means you, Hera, will gain even more glory. And did you bring any golden apples? I'm out of them, you know. Promise here is so delicate, like a newborn baby. Without enough golden apples, I fear a gust of wind might blow him straight to the underworld. Not just Hera and Artemis, but even Promise was stunned by what he heard. As he processed her words, he looked at the goddess of wisdom with a strange expression. Now he understood why she hadn't given him a golden apple last night. It turned out she didn't have any left. And although he knew from the start that the golden apples belonged to Hera, watching Athena ask for them so straightforwardly and then give them to him felt oddly strange. Hera, who had also snapped out of her daze, looked at Athena walking towards her with a beaming smile. Instead of being angry, she found herself amused by Athena's antics. She crossed her arms over her chest, slightly raising her head as she looked at Athena with her amber eyes under the forest's moonlight. Go on, keep acting. At this point, who are you pretending to be concerned about for my sake? Seeing this, Athena was momentarily stunned, but she quickly realized what was happening and turned her sharp gaze towards Artemis standing next to Hera. At this moment, Artemis was wholly focused on Promise, her curiosity piqued, ready to step forward and ask him about the painting they had just discussed. But then she noticed Athena's piercing look. Frightened, she instantly hid behind Hera, turning her head away with an expression that screamed, "I don't know anything." Seeing her like this, Athena understood. This foolish goddess had messed things up again. With a sigh, she looked at Hera. Noticing this, Hera's lips curved into a slight smile, and she slowly spoke, "Athena, I suddenly remember some things. For example, you were present during the matter with Jason and Promise. In other words, you knew from the beginning but kept silent about me mistaking Promise for Jason. Isn't that right?" "Oh, snap." Athena's getting caught. This is quite exciting. This was Promise's most genuine thought at that moment. But before he could settle in to enjoy the drama, "Yes, that's correct." Athena nodded, admitting it straightforwardly. "When did it start?" Hera narrowed her eyes slightly. "You've been watching over that child, always thinking of taking him away from me." Hearing this, Promise felt like the imaginary fruit he was holding had just fallen to the ground with a splat. He stood there, stunned, staring at Athena's back, then at Hera, who was glaring at her. Wait, hold on a minute. You guys are talking about me, right?" Athena has always been kind to him. Promise could definitely feel that. However, because he knew that Athena was known as the mother of heroes and because of the oath, he didn't dwell too much on it. At most, he just found it a bit strange that he did not see Hera for so long. "When did it start?" "Let me think." What surprised Promise even more was that Athena admitted it quite straightforwardly at that moment. Not only that, she even turned her head to wink at Promise before looking back at Hera, tilting her head as if in thought. Finally, she smiled and said, "I think it was from the very beginning. From the moment I heard the prophecy of the fate goddess Clotho." "Prophecy?" Hera frowned slightly at this. "That's right." Athena nodded, smiling at Hera. "Hera, you might not know this, but in Clotho's prophecy, you weren't the only one who could gain glory from Promise's existence. I was also one of them." Athena's words were shocking to both Promise and Hera. Promise had thought he was just about to enjoy some juicy gossip, but instead, the gossip fell to the ground and landed on his foot. Hera hadn't known that there was such a hidden secret in Clotho's prophecy, and she certainly didn't expect Athena to steal Promise with such righteous confidence. Meanwhile, the true culprit behind this situation, the gentlest of the three fate goddesses, Clotho, was sitting in the Temple of Fate, looking utterly bewildered. She had been sitting there quietly for several days. To be precise, ever since the day Promise caught the falling star and Athena helped her see that future. Since returning, she had been sitting quietly in the Temple of Fate, pondering the matter that had brought her so much shame. Promise's situation. In the Temple of Fate, the fate goddess Clotho, with blank eyes, had been sitting there, motionless, for several days. But tonight, she finally spoke her first words. "He hunted that boar." With her head lowered and her soft voice, Clotho whispered, "He ultimately did it. He rewrote the original fate and defeated me." Her words were light, making it hard to discern her current mood. But as she gently held the crystal ball in her arms, Clotho's expression grew more complex. On the night when Promise caught the star, Athena had said something to her. That it wasn't Athena who had been harming Promise all along, but Clotho, the fate goddess. And that was actually true. The proof was the crystal ball she held, containing the thread of Promise's fate. It wasn't a form of protection but a form of constraint. Clotho used it to sever Promise's fate from the world, preventing it from intertwining with other destinies. This crystal ball of fate first appeared after the pure white judgment of Themis, the goddess of justice. Hera, through a marriage, had secured the souls of those she had cursed to death from Hades, the king of the underworld. From that moment on, Promise had entered the sights of the three fate goddesses, who saw him as a nuisance. Because of Promise's uniqueness, any fate he touched could change. For such an unstable existence, the first thought of the three fate goddesses was to eliminate him. But by then, Promise already had three goddesses standing behind him: Hera, Athena, and Themis, the goddess of justice. so they had to give up. They planned to inform Zeus of this matter, letting him decide. But at that moment, Clotho stepped forward. Clotho, at the time, was very angry because Promise had altered the future on his own, touching her domain, and repeatedly changed the prophecy. So she enclosed Promise's fate in that crystal ball and stepped out of the Temple of Fate, coming to Promise. "I just wanted to show you, the Fate Goddess, a more beautiful future." Every time Clotho thought of this excuse from Promise, her heart would stir slightly, and not with emotion, but amusement. Quietly watching and weaving the future threads of all living beings, how could she be swayed by changes in fate? Clotho believed she wouldn't be. She truly thought so once. Until that night, when Athena showed her the captured future, where the boy she had seen fall to the meteor 100 times, soared in the night sky, shining like a star. After returning to the Temple of Fate, Clotho sat quietly ever since. Until Promise hunted the Caledonian boar, she had to face her failure. The end of her bet with Promise. Even though Clotho had known she lost the bet with Promise when she saw that future from Athena. "Trying to show me a more beautiful future," the goddess whispered again, and at that moment, when everything truly ended, her body relaxed completely. Then, as if thinking of something, she slowly stood up. She gently placed the crystal ball in the air, then reached out, plucking a strand from the threads of fate above her head. It was the fate thread of Actaeon, the student of the centaur sage Chiron. Clotho grasped it and gently waved it, intertwining it with a crystal ball containing Promise's fate, observing the extension of fate. Thus, she saw the ship named Argo transformed into a giant stag by a curse. Actaeon stood on the ship, but he was smiling happily. No one on the ship discriminated against him, and he raised his drink high, drinking with his friends. Clotho also saw the thread grow longer, and at the end of the quest for the Golden Fleece, Actaeon brought glory to Artemis and spread his story throughout ancient Greece. When Actaeon returned to Greece and stepped off the ship, he transformed back into the handsome hunter. At that moment, all those around him were astonished and accepted him once again. Clotho remained silent for a moment, then plucked another thread from the fate-woven sky of the Temple of Fate. This was the fate thread of Meleager. She then saw the wise mother who, this time, did not have to choose between her brothers and her children. She protected the flame throughout her life, living happily. Clotho also saw Meleager board the Argo, drinking with his friend Actaeon, whom he was destined to kill. Seeing this, Clotho stood there in a daze, watching everything unfold. She felt a sudden urge to throw all the threads of fate from her head into the crystal ball, but fortunately, her divine nature suppressed this desire. "However, interesting," she murmured softly. With that, she knelt back down, reaching out to gently grab the crystal ball again and carefully cradled it in her arms. At that moment, a soft smile graced her lips, a smile she herself wasn't aware of. All of this was seen by the two other fate goddesses, also clad in white robes, quietly hiding in a corner of the temple. Second sister Lachesis, with her long hair as beautiful as the night, looked weak and frail due to her responsibility for the length of life threads, seemingly always on the verge of fainting. Eldest sister, Atropos, the oldest of the fate goddesses, was meticulous, calm, and ruthless. She was in charge of death, cutting the threads of fate to the destined moment. Atropos was essentially mechanical, unmoved by anything or anyone, devoid of any emotions, and no pain, sorrow, joy, or happiness touched her. There was only one situation in which Atropos would change her predetermined decisions. "Do we need to remind her?" Atropos asked Lachesis, devoid of any emotion. "Remind her of what?" Lachesis looked confused. "To remind Clotho that we should inform the great god King Zeus of this matter. And also," Atropos extended her hand, pointing to the fate thread entwined around Clotho from the crystal ball, a thread similar to those entwined around Hera, Athena, and Themis. "Are you stupid?" Lachesis rolled her eyes at Atropos. "If you want Clotho to never speak to you again, go ahead and tell Zeus. As for the fate thread, because it seems interesting, let's just pretend we didn't see it for now." After saying this, Lachesis chuckled but couldn't help coughing violently. After weighing her options for less than a millisecond, Atropos chose her sister over Zeus. Meanwhile, Neither Athena nor Hera was aware of these events. In the forest near the Caledonian boar's death, under the moonlit night, the most revered queen of all goddesses, Hera, and the most brilliant wisdom goddess, Athena, were still staring each other down, eyes locked. This made Promise feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. No, no, what is this all about? Promise stood there trembling, looking at the two goddesses before him, who were unmatched in status, appearance, and strength. He was bewildered and frightened. My name is Promise, not Zeus, and I'm not having an affair. Why does this feel like a caught-in-the-act scenario? Feeling like a drowning man grasping for a straw, Promise's gaze naturally shifted to the moon goddess Artemis. However, his hope turned to despair when he saw Artemis watching with shining eyes, completely engrossed in the spectacle. She'd probably get more excited if you gave her a couple of glow sticks, he thought. With no one to rely on, Promise considered the Pegasus nearby, only to find the clever creature had retreated and was pretending to graze far away. Maybe I should just accept my fate, he mused. If I die because these two are fighting over me, it might not be so bad. At least the story would be legendary. Promise recalled the tale of Adonis, a demigod in Greek mythology. Adonis's beauty was so unmatched that it captivated everything around him. He became the beloved of Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty. She gave up everything to stay with him, warning him against hunting dangerous beasts. It is said that he was killed by a wild boar, which seemed to be the revenge of the moon goddess Artemis on the goddess of beauty, or the jealousy of the god of war, Ares. But after knowing this, the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, felt extremely sad. So from that day on, this most beautiful goddess cursed love in the world. Cursed that love will always be filled with suspicion, fear and sorrow. Later, the goddess of beauty carried the body of Adonis to Olympus, praying to Zeus to resurrect the beautiful boy, but the latter was helpless. Because the moment Adonis came to the underworld, Persephone, the queen of the underworld, took a liking to him and made him her attendant, so she refused to let him return to the human world. Hearing this, Aphrodite shed tears of despair, which fell on Adonis' body, mixed with his blood, fell to the ground and eventually turned into the brightest and the most beautiful red roses. This finally moved Persephone, the queen of the underworld, and she agreed that every year when she returned to the human world from the underworld, she would bring Adonis to the human world and let him meet the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. But when she would return to the underworld, the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, had to let Adonis go and let him return to the underworld with Persephone. In addition, there are many versions of this legend, most of them about the queen of the underworld and the goddess of beauty, with both goddesses vying for Adonis's affection. In the end, Adonis became synonymous with exceptional beauty and charm. The name Adonis itself came to describe a man of striking attractiveness. Back in the present, Promise found himself caught between two powerful goddesses, each seemingly vying for his favor. Although he didn't think he was such a handsome man. Moreover, the confrontation between Hera and Athena was not like that at all. But these two goddesses were special enough in terms of identity, status and strength. Therefore, in the future, the tropic will definitely be higher than that of a goddess of beauty or the queen of the underworld. Thinking of this, Promise calmed down instantly. He even picked up the melon that fell on the ground, blew on it twice, and continued to eat it, while thinking to himself, hurry up, hurry up. Anyway, the result is just death. At least this way, he wouldn't be caught by the moon goddess and get thrown into a small dark room. Oh, yes, it's better to die early now and not worry about being hunted by Artemis. Perfect. As soon as he thought of this, Promise noticed that Athena glanced at him faintly. Only then did he remember that although he had tied the silver hair in his hair, it could only block others, not the goddess of wisdom herself. So he silently threw the melon away again and stood there, looking so well behaved and sensible. Now that things have come to this, Hera, since you know everything, let's discuss it. Athena then smiled and broke the silence between the two. And once again, she spoke to Hera in a shocking tone, you can't give Promise what he wants anyway, so just hand him over to me. Chapter 55, Hunting Competition from Every Perspective. Tonight has truly been a long night. Athena left after saying those words, and before Promise had a chance to respond, she had already disappeared from his sight. Feeling a mix of relief and astonishment, Promise looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. It was a miracle he survived the night. He felt more exhausted than the day he caught the Pegasus. After all, getting caught by Hera for supposedly having an affair. He wasn't Zeus. It was just too strange. Thinking this, Promise instinctively looked at the he and noticed it was looking at him with a curious, almost human-like expression that seemed to say, enjoying the drama. This annoyed Promise, and he gave the Pegasus a couple of light slaps on the head. Not long after, the Pegasus, running through the sky, took him back to the kingdom of Calydon. However, it didn't stop there. Instead, it circled above the kingdom of Calydon before flying towards the outskirts. After some searching, it finally landed beside a quiet river. Before Promise could ask what was going on, he suddenly heard someone calling him. Turning around, he saw a tall creature running towards him. The giant deer Actaeon. Oh no, it should be called Chopper. Besides him, under the moonlight, Promise also saw the quietly following Atalanta and Meleager. They all gathered by the river. Now, everyone was here. Is it over? The huntress, who had walked up quickly, looked at Promise as he dismounted from the Pegasus. She also glanced at Actaeon and Meleager. Seeing this, Promise naturally understood what she was asking. After all, during that Huntant festival, she had already learned from Athena about Promise's bet with the fates concerning the destinies of these two people. Yes, it's over. The boy nodded gently. He then looked at the excited Actaeon, who had understood, and at the surprised Meleager, who was staring at the Pegasus. Thinking for a moment, he continued, but although that matter is over, I still have something important to do, and for this, Atalanta, Meleager, and pausing for a moment while looking at Actaeon, Promise held back his laughter and said, Chopper, I need your help. Due to the agreement with Artemis, Actaeon couldn't reveal his true identity before returning from the quest for the Golden Fleece. Just tell us what you need, Promise. Even if it's 10 tasks or 100, I'll definitely help you complete them. Actaeon, visibly excited, promised Promise. However, during his loud proclamation, not only Promise but even Atalanta couldn't help but cover their ears, as his voice was as loud as a beast's roar. That's right, Promise, Meleager said, snapping out of his reverie. You helped me solve the problem that has plagued my kingdom for so long. Tell me what you need, and no matter what it is, I will do everything in my power to help you. Well, actually, the task I need to accomplish next should be beneficial to both you, Meleager, and your kingdom, Promise said, thinking for a moment before continuing. I need you to discuss something with your father and mother. I need to make an offering to the goddess Artemis. But it's something that I can't complete alone. To be precise, I need the help of everyone in your kingdom. At this, Atalanta gave Promise a strange look. Unlike the others, she knew what he intended to do. You need an entire kingdom's help just to paint a picture? She thought incredulously. Meleager, though I did receive a gift from the goddess Artemis and had the help of the goddess Athena in hunting that boar, those were my actions alone and have nothing to do with you or your kingdom, Promise continued. However, if you and the people of your kingdom can offer something that pleases goddess Artemis, she will not only forgive you entirely but also bless you. Meleager fully understood now and nodded in agreement. Promise, you're right. Though the monster is gone, we still need to offer something to the great goddess to seek her forgiveness. I believe my parents will agree. No, actually, he said, recalling the recent scene where Athena had introduced Promise to the entire kingdom of Calydon. He couldn't help but smile and added, considering what happened, they'll agree to whatever you ask, even if you want to marry my sister. Oh, by the way, Promise, are you interested? Let me tell you, I have two very beautiful sisters. Meleager's voice trailed off as he noticed the atmosphere had turned awkward, especially since the Pegasus was looking at him like he was an idiot. Marriage isn't on my mind, Meleager. You know my dream, Promise said, shaking his head. His words left the three of them in stunned silence. Pursuing a grand death wish. Probably only Promise in the whole world had such a dream. Wait, does that mean if he gets married, He won't be thinking about dying? Meleager couldn't help but fall into a deep thought. Promise, are your injuries healed? Atalanta, who had been quiet until now, suddenly asked. Promise looked into her serene green eyes and took a few steps, saying, "Oh, I'm fully healed, and I feel more energetic than ever." The injuries he had from taming the Pegasus were still fresh since it had only been 3 days, but now they were gone, clearly due to Athena's reward. And his high spirits were likely due to eating the golden apple earlier. Seeing this, Atalanta said, "If that's the case, then let's have a hunting contest. Regardless of who wins, I'll help you with that offering." A hunting contest? Actaeon and Meleager were both surprised. Now Promise was also taken aback, but not by the idea of a hunting contest, or rather, by the timing. "I can tell you're in excellent condition right now," Atalanta said, gazing intently at Promise. "Even though you just finished a hunt, you're not tired." After all, that hunt had merely been a formality led by Athena. The real challenge was facing Hera. "All right," Promise agreed after some thought. In truth, he had long known that Atalanta would find an opportunity to compete with him. After all, this was one of the reasons she had followed him after the hunting festival. In her faith, which has now wavered slightly, she had failed in a hunt before the goddess Artemis. And because she felt a sense of dissatisfaction, she naturally wanted to make up for it. She hadn't shown it along the way because she understood the importance of the tasks at hand. But now that everything else was finished, and only the final offering remained, it was naturally the time. "You can have Pegasus help you since it's your tamed power," Atalanta said, and then, without waiting for Promise to respond, she turned and left. Promise and the others watched her leave, her green hair glowing softly in the moonlit night, her tall and athletic figure exuding a unique charm. "So that's it," Promise said, patting the Pegasus beside him and then speaking to Meleager. "Lend me your bow." "Ugh, I still can't pull it." Holding the bow Meleager handed him, he realized with frustration that he was still quite weak, and eating golden apples all the time wasn't a sustainable solution, especially since they mostly increased his health limit. He needed to find a way to strengthen his physique. Just as he was pondering this, "Use this instead," Actaeon, now a giant deer, handed Promise a light bow, one even Greek women might disdain. "This is the bow you left on the mountain that day. I've been carrying it for you." Promise took the bow, nodded to the two of them, and then mounted the Pegasus. "Pegasus, let's give it our best shot. I know we'll probably lose, but we need to show a serious attitude. Otherwise, Atalanta will think we're underestimating her, and she might really chase us with arrows." The Pegasus neighed in response, indicating it didn't understand why it had to get involved in their competition. Only after Promise tapped its head twice did it reluctantly agree to work overtime. Actaeon and Meleager watched the two leave, standing silently by the river for a while. Finally, Meleager broke the silence. "Hey, Chopper, don't you think their relationship seems really good?" Hearing this, the latter said nothing and merely patted his shoulder as he stared blankly at their retreating figures. Unsurprisingly, Atalanta won the final competition, and she won easily. The hunting contest took less than 2 hours. Yes, Promise had the help of Pegasus, but once they started, he realized that this winged horse was more of a hindrance. Every time it approached, all the game would scatter. Without the Pegasus's help, Atalanta quickly felt the hunt wasn't even a contest but more like bullying. Frustrated, she stopped the competition early but then suggested a race with Pegasus. This time, Promise declined. After all, it would be better to wait until he had more golden apples in his bag before considering such a challenge. Comment 10 Comment. Vote to left. Chapter 56. Don't go Atalanta. So what on earth are you going to do? You're actually going to ask people of a whole country to help you? Could it be that you're really intending to have them help you paint a picture dedicated to the goddess Artemis? The next morning, when the sun god Helios brought the sun to the world and illuminated the night, Atalanta, who was walking with Promise on the road to the Caledonian kingdom, asked the boy with a little tiredness. After all, she had spent a restless night with Promise. Not only was her desire not satisfied, but she also didn't get enough rest. Promise, on the other hand, was quite energetic, as he always was after eating a golden apple. He had grown accustomed to it. "Yes, it is indeed a painting." Promise nodded, not hiding anything, and said, and it is a painting that requires many people to help me create. Because this painting is not to be painted on canvas, but sketched upon the entire world." Upon hearing this, Atalanta was momentarily stunned. Then she instinctively looked at Promise, her sacred blue eyes reflecting the boy at that moment, and then she was surprised to discover that at this moment, he seemed to have made a resolution similar to when he decided to catch that silver meteor. "It seems that you really do not want to be hunted by the great goddess Artemis." Seeing how serious he was, Atalanta, knowing the situation, couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. Promise, hearing this, rolled his eyes at her. "Nonsense, you don't know the nature of that goddess. More than chasing me to the underworld, if I don't stop that goddess's hunting, she could follow the timeline to the future and strangle me. So what exactly are you planning to do?" Atalanta couldn't help but ask Promise curiously. If it were someone else, saying they wanted to use the world as a canvas to create a painting and dedicate it to the goddess, she would scoff, thinking it was just big talk. But Promise, ever since the day she personally entered the world within Promise's painting, and almost couldn't escape if it weren't for goddess Artemis being right there, Atalanta knew. Promise, this guy, might just be the illegitimate child of the goddess of art. No, in the field of painting, even if the goddess of art herself descended, it wouldn't be easy to say. The key is Promise still isn't very self-aware, or perhaps because his heart is set on becoming a hero, so even if he is aware, he doesn't mind it. After all, in Promise's mind, no matter how good the painting is, it can't be used as a treasure of the king. Could it be that if he paints a lot, he could throw them out and they become divine weapons to throw at people? The first thing to do, of course, is to get everyone in the kingdom of Calydon to be willing to help me. What Promise didn't expect was how incredibly simple this condition was to fulfill. Soon, inside the palace of the kingdom of Calydon, when Promise and Atalanta arrived, King Aeneas and Queen Althea of Calydon had already been waiting for a while, having heard the news from Meleagrus, who had returned earlier. The meeting was naturally filled with warm greetings, especially concerning the neglect towards Promise a few days ago. King Aeneas felt very guilty and even specifically had Meleager's uncle, Toxois, brought in to apologize to Promise in front of everyone. Seeing this, Atalanta and even Meleager beside her felt their mood instantly lighten, while Promise himself felt nothing about it. After all, he didn't care about these things, especially since his mind was still set on how to present the painting to Artemis, satisfy her, and then stop her from hunting him. That painting was the best offering Promise could think of at the moment. But even so, he was still worried that Artemis wouldn't be satisfied, and that was why he was prepared to drag the entire kingdom of Calydon into this matter. Having them help, in the manner of offering sacrifices to the deity, would undoubtedly be speaking the truth. But getting more people involved also meant reducing the chances that Artemis would focus solely on him, which was also part of Promise's plan. Moreover, the ancient Greek deities were extremely vain, and as long as enough people participated and the spectacle was grand enough, even if you only offered something ordinary, there was a great chance of pleasing them. Respected King Aeneas, thank you for listening to my impudent request, and please rest assured, I will not embarrass your citizens. What I hope to do, actually, is to jointly offer a sacrifice to the great goddess Artemis. So I think, it should be a fine banquet. In terms of etiquette, Promise, well taught by Chiron, was naturally impeccable, and coupled with his handsome appearance and naturally emitted artistic aura, countless noblewomen, princesses, and ladies in the palace at that moment couldn't help but focus their attention on him. Not only that, thinking about how he had received a gift from the moon goddess Artemis and was favored by the goddess of wisdom Athena, and even designated as a follower by the queen goddess Hera. As a result, not only women, but many handsome men at the moment looked at Promise with incredibly fervent gazes. Of course, no problem. I will immediately have the guards relay your request to all the people of the kingdom. Actually, there is even no need for me to step forward. After all, last night, we all witnessed your bravery, saw the great goddess carrying you flying towards the night sky. So I think, now everyone in the kingdom admires you immensely, and to be able to join you in offering a sacrifice to the great goddess Artemis is our highest honor." King Ennius personally walked down from the throne, earnestly assuring Promise. And this is the power of a god in this era. Not to mention that the goddess is one of the most dazzling goddesses of Olympus, the goddess of wisdom Athena. Thus, the conversation went very smoothly. Promise achieved his goal, and seeing that Promise did not pursue the rudeness of the past few days, King Ennius and Queen Althea both breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of their hearts. Later, they originally planned to welcome Promise with the most grand banquet, but the latter refused, as he now only wanted to quickly present that painting to Artemis. So he left the palace with Atalanta and Meleager. As soon as they left the palace, the red-haired young man Meleager couldn't help but say to Promise, "Thank you, Promise. But you actually don't need to worry about me. You could have made even more excessive demands to my parents who was worrying about you, but you saying that reminds me. Well, if you really want to repay me, then let your parents have your citizens widely spread my deeds." Saying this, Promise paused slightly and then looked at Atalanta again, saying, "By the way, Atalanta, do you also want to?" "No need." The huntress immediately interrupted Promise's words. Actually, gaining reputation and such, Atalanta was not completely indifferent about these things, especially since this was the age of ancient Greek gods. But unfortunately, the incident with the thieves had left too deep an impression in her heart, that she felt oddly uncomfortable at the thought of possibly ending up the same way one day. At this moment, the pure Atalanta didn't know. This situation is called social death. "So, how about I play a couple of tunes for you later?" Promise thought for a moment and then said to her. Hearing this, Atalanta stopped, raised her eyebrows slightly, then tilted her head and looked at Promise, her sacred blue eyes examining him from top to bottom, saying, "I actually felt something strange about you last night. You seem to have been trying to please me these past few days." "No way, you're overthinking it." The latter tilted his head and looked skyward in response. You're not thinking that if the offering doesn't satisfy the goddess Artemis, then have me plead with the goddess on your behalf, are you? "No, you agreed to hunt with me last night, letting me join you in offering this sacrifice. You actually think that if I'm there, goddess Artemis will be more lenient with you, right?" Promise looked at Atalanta with a shocked expression. This proud wildcat, when did she become so clever? At this very moment, all these events were actually being watched by the goddesses Hera, Artemis, and Athena, hidden in the clouds above. They had been there since Promise entered the palace of Calydon. King Ennius of Calydon and the hunter Toxous's earlier attitudes towards Promise had always been observed by Athena and Artemis. Had Athena not intervened, an angry Artemis was nearly ready to strike the kingdom with an arrow, nearly destroying it entirely. After all, their questioning of the hunting sacrifice was akin to questioning Artemis herself. Not to mention it was also an insult to both Promise and Atalanta. Although she had once remarked that Atalanta was boring, Atalanta was, after all, a child picked up, raised, and always watched over by Artemis. Athena had organized a grand divine sacrifice ceremony the previous night and had led Promise by the hand in front of everyone in the kingdom of Calydon, primarily to signal to King Ennius and others that Promise was not someone they could afford to provoke. Thus, this morning's embarrassing moment for the kingdom was not something these mischief-loving Greek deities would miss. However, the outcome seemed rather dull to them, and they unanimously felt in their hearts that Promise was too kind, as anyone else would have demanded the hunter named Toxous's life today. But it was precisely because of this that they heard Promise's next plan, getting the whole kingdom of Calydon to help offer a tribute to Artemis. At this moment, Hera naturally looked at an overjoyed Artemis with a very jealous expression. "Artemis, that child Promise really likes you a lot," Hera said with a face full of jealousy. Unnoticed, Athena had a slightly odd expression beside her. After all, among the three goddesses present, Athena knew Promise best, being the goddess of wisdom. She could clearly see that Promise's diligent preparations had nothing to do with affection or respect, but were purely out of fear. Is Promise really that afraid of being hunted? Maybe I should say the same thing to him next time? If he doesn't choose me next time, I'll hunt him myself. Athena had mentioned while on Pegasus the previous night that she had already discerned Prometheus' choice between her and Hera, and this was also why she had suddenly changed the subject last night, shifting the discussion to Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship. Initially, she had genuinely intended to use the opportunity to make Promise choose her, and Athena was quite confident. After all, since the day she had tricked Hera into finding Hades a marriage, Athena had been diligently working to increase Promise's favor towards her. She had even gone so far as to personally intervene and give him a gift. But to Athena's surprise, under such circumstances, Promise had still chosen Hera. This left the goddess feeling defeated and angry, yet it also sparked an even stronger desire to win. After all, Athena truly didn't want to destroy Promise right now, especially since she had already made a vow with him. Thus, she had called a halt midway, planning to deepen her relationship with Promise, even making a fierce vow in her heart. She decided that the future Promise would never be able to leave her. It's just unknown what Hera's expression would be if she knew that if she had tried a little harder last night, Athena might have lost her chance. But what I want is actually a painting, right? The moon goddess Artemis expressed her surprise but also felt confused, tilting her head. A painting? Queen Hera looked puzzled at Artemis and asked, "Can that child Promise even paint?" Hearing this, Artemis was about to respond when she noticed Athena glaring at her. Athena hadn't yet settled the score with Artemis for the trap last night, so Artemis wisely shut her mouth. Seeing this, Hera looked from Artemis to Athena. Narrowing her beautiful amber eyes, she said to the goddess of wisdom, "Athena, are you hiding something from me again?" "Of course not, Hera, what are you talking about?" "Oh right, shouldn't you go find your daughter?" "After all, you promised that child Promise last night," Athena said with a light laugh, instantly causing Hera to choke back her questions. Then, Hera, rigid all over and looking at the smiling Athena, gritted her teeth with hate, yet she indeed had no way to handle her. After all, although Hera was the queen of the Olympus, whether in schemes or even strength, she was not on the same level as Athena. This brightest jewel of Olympus, whose power could only be surpassed by Zeus, the king of the gods. Even Hades, the lord of the underworld, and Poseidon, the god of the sea, were not necessarily a match for this goddess of wisdom. "Let's go in a couple of days," Hera angrily replied. "This is the offering that child Promise dedicated, and as his goddess, how could I not watch over him?" Hearing this, Athena did not argue or get angry. After glancing at Hera, she continued to focus her gaze on Promise. Beneath that seemingly calm demeanor, her heart was thinking, "I'll snatch him from you sooner or later." 13 Chapter 57, Goddess of Fate, help me. In the subsequent time, Promise first summoned the winged horse Pegasus from the sky and spent a good portion of the day sketching out the terrain around the kingdom of Calydon from the air. Later in the evening, he and Meleager went to the town's smithy, where he briefly communicated his needs. The items were not particularly difficult to manufacture, and so, after a brief trial, a rough outline was made on the spot. All the preparations were proceeding smoothly and orderly, and Promise should have been pleased, but for some reason, he kept frowning. Even when Atalanta and Meleager pressed him, he did not disclose the reason. This situation persisted until nightfall. The effects of the golden apple finally wore off, and after being busy for a long time, Promise also felt tired and eventually falling asleep in a luxurious room within the Calydon Palace. "Then you really are full of energy, Promise." In the ancient, majestic temple of fate, woven from all the threads of fate in the world, the tired-looking fate goddess Clotho rubbed her eyes as she knelt beside Promise, who was just waking up and sitting on the floor of the temple. As always, she was a bit huffy but still adorably said to Promise, "Though gods generally do not need rest, Clotho had been sitting here silently since the day he caught that meteor, only putting everything aside last night. Therefore, she had wanted to see him the previous night, but due to the effects of the golden apple, Promise had managed to hold on until now." Just as Clotho was about to express her dissatisfaction and complain, Promise, who had been staring blankly at her, suddenly stretched out his hands, grabbed THR Goddess by the shoulders without giving the stunned goddess time to react, and spoke with great excitement. "Right, Goddess Clotho, how could I forget you? Cute. Ah, no, great and also especially kind Fate Goddess, please listen to the plea of a lost lamb." A broken bomb. Clotho, dressed in a white robe with some white hair showing from her hood, obviously didn't catch on and instinctively tilted her head. "Simply put, Goddess Clotho, help me." When Clotho heard Promise speak in such a pleading tone, seeking her help, the discontent in her heart dissolved instantly, replaced by a strange emotion that made her heart beat a bit faster. "Athena?" Then Clotho asked. After all, Athena had been in charge of this area for the past 6 months. "Because of some reasons, I am now a bit afraid to appear in front of her." After hesitating for a while, but unable to lie in front of a goddess, an embarrassed Promise released his hands from Clotho's shoulders and honestly replied. Seeing Clotho's puzzled tilt of her head, he felt compelled to explain further. "Actually, last night, I met Goddess Hera, and then she and Goddess Athena, they..." Promise didn't finish his sentence, but Clotho understood. After all, the prophecy was given by her, so in her vision, Athena's intent to snatch him was as plain as the writing on a face. With this thought, Clotho, under Promise's surprised gaze, made an unexpected move. She put down the crystal ball she was holding, leaned forward, and knelt before the boy, then extended her delicate hands to explore Promise's body. She touched his face, then his hands and feet. "You actually have no issues, and not even a curse?" Clotho murmured in disbelief. The Fate Goddess Clotho, who governs the future, cannot see the present, so at this moment, she was very close to Promise, her breath even falling on his face. Promise remained stiffly seated on the ground, unmoved. Then Clotho leaned back, hugged the crystal ball again, and knelt before Promise, curiously tilting her head and asking, "How do you want me to help you?" She now understood that probably because of Hera, Promise would not dare to seek Athena anytime soon. "Actually, I need to present a painting to Goddess Artemis soon," Promise began, his words trailing off. "A painting? Did Athena even expose that, huh?" Promise blinked in confusion at Clotho and asked, "Expose? Expose what? It's nothing." The latter slightly lowered her head. Although Promise found this a bit strange, the crux of the matter clearly wasn't here, so he continued, "Goddess Clotho, as you know, I still don't have the ability to paint a picture for Goddess Artemis myself. So I thought of a special way, which is..." Then, Promise briefly explained his plan to Clotho. Undoubtedly, Clotho was the first goddess to know what exactly he wanted to do, and at that moment, she was silent for a long time. "Do you like Goddess Artemis that much?" she asked, her head still lowered. Her voice was so flat that Promise could not detect her emotion at the moment. I certainly respect Goddess Artemis, but the main reason is actually because I don't want to be hunted." "Hunted?" Clotho lifted her head, puzzled. "If I don't deliver the painting to Goddess Artemis within a week at most," Athena said, "she will most likely hunt me," Promise said with a somewhat tearful expression. "Hunting by a goddess would fulfill your dreams, wouldn't it?" Clotho responded with a hum. "But someone told me that the hunt by Goddess Artemis, even if it reaches the underworld, will never end." Hearing this heartfelt outcry from deep within, Clotho finally understood. And realizing the deep sense of resignation in Promise at that moment, she even couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh for a moment. This laugh, however, made Promise freeze in place, staring at her with wide eyes. "What's wrong?" No, I just suddenly realized, I think this is the first time I've seen you laugh, Goddess Clotho." "And how cute she looks when she laughs." Indeed, since every time they met, she was huffy, her face marked with unhappiness, and she often complained about being humiliated or the like. But just after he finished speaking, Promise's head was hit by the crystal ball that Clotho was holding. "How do you want me to help you?" After a slight pause, Clotho continued, "Don't misunderstand, I am helping because of that bet I lost, so I am willing to help you this time. But remember, it's only this once." Clotho tried to make her expression stern, but Promise, who was rubbing his head, found it hard to perceive any seriousness in her. Thus, he couldn't help but laugh again, and seeing her lift the crystal ball again, he quickly replied, "All right, I understand, great fate goddess." "And about changing fate, I'm sorry if that has caused you a lot of trouble, hasn't it?" Clotho was silent for a moment, then gently shook her head, saying, "You need not worry, and such a future, I'm not entirely displeased with it." Does that mean if I change fate in the future, you won't be angry?" Promise said joyfully, as he had quite a lot planned for the future. At that moment, Clotho truly felt the impulse to smash the crystal ball right on the head of the young man in front of her. "Say, how do you want me to help you?" Seeing the irritated Clotho biting her lip, Promise wisely chose to answer quickly, "Actually, it's not complicated. Could you, Goddess Clotho, first help by making Goddess Artemis, no, also make Goddess Athena and Goddess Hera step aside for a while?" Clotho naturally felt puzzled upon hearing this. "Goddess Clotho, as you just found out what the painting I am offering is about, it's actually not difficult to create, so to truly satisfy Goddess Artemis, it would be best if it blossomed in her eyes at the moment she anticipates it the most, like fireworks." Clotho was silent for a moment. "Fireworks? What is that?" Simply put, it's like the moment when a flower blooms." Promise thought for a moment and smiled in response. "No matter the flower, its most beautiful moment is undoubtedly the instant it fully blooms." "Is that so?" Clotho tilted her head. "Of course, Goddess Clotho, you haven't seen such a thing." Halfway through his sentence, seeing the blank look on Clotho's face, Promise naturally trailed off. Clotho didn't get angry but simply nodded lightly and then responded, "I understand. I will leave the Temple of Fate, make them temporarily leave your side, and keep an eye on them, ensuring they do not spy on you during this time." This was not difficult. Just by saying that Promise wanted to offer the best moment to the goddesses, Artemis and the others would naturally agree. The real challenge was preventing them from peeking out of curiosity midway through. Then, just as Clotho was about to find the golden apple she had prepared to give to Promise, to allow him to leave the Temple of Fate. "Goddess Clotho, may I ask, can I let you first see that kind of future?" After thinking for a long time, Promise suddenly asked Clotho. The latter paused, looking at Promise. "Actually, I've been feeling a bit uneasy," Promise revealed with a somewhat helpless smile. "Although I feel that the painting, when completed, should satisfy Goddess Artemis, I still feel somewhat worried. After all, it's Goddess Artemis we're talking about." "You really are scared of being hunted?" Clotho couldn't help but laugh again upon hearing this. After all, in her several meetings with Promise, even when she predicts the end of his life, he had never shown a hint of fear, and he even seemed quite eager. "Because I don't want to die and then continued to be hunted," Promise replied again with a sense of helplessness. "And most importantly, I know that Goddess even if I die, she really could make it so I never have peace again. No way. After this is all over, I definitely need to find a way to locate that guy Orion." "Orion, you bastard, where have you run off to?" "Save me." "All right then." So, Clotho agreed. She kept telling herself it was to keep an eye out for Promise, definitely not because she was curious about what that painting would look like. Then she reached out her hand for Promise to hold. As the boy grasped her delicate hand, before he could even remark how small and comfortable it felt, Clotho had already eagerly used her power. From the crystal ball, the threads of Promise's fate began to extend and pass through the hands of both Promise and Clotho. Soon, the vision of that future appeared before their eyes. The futures of Promise were always uncertain, but when he made a choice, certain probabilities would become more likely, and these were the futures that Goddess Clotho and Athena, with her golden eyes, could capture. Now, with Promise focused on the painting, the voice arose, emotionless. "Are you really going to do this?" The eldest and second sisters of the Fates, Atropos and Lachesis, suddenly appeared beside them at this moment. "Of course, you've heard him, haven't you? Aren't you curious about the painting this child is offering? But he's smart, knowing how to make our Clotho happy." Lachesis finished speaking and then coughed violently twice. "Not curious," Atropos said expressionlessly. Lachesis shot her an annoyed look, then simply stopped bothering with her. She reached out and grasped the extending threads of fate. Atropos hesitated for a moment but finally reached out and grabbed the threads of fate as well. Then they all moved to the future. They found themselves witnessing a night scene, with the full moon hanging high in the sky, illuminating the night of ancient Greece. But tonight, something seemed to replace the light of the stars and the moon beneath the night sky. Lachesis looked up, and then her eyes gradually widened, standing still in awe. Even the emotionless Atropos, at that moment, looked up and, after taking in everything in the sky, was stunned, unable to speak for a long time. Because in the night sky, adorned by the moon and stars, there now appeared a painting, and tonight, it even overshadowed the light of the stars and the moon. Chapter 58, Offering to Goddess Artemis, the painting that lights up the night sky. Kingdom of Calydon. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. As dusk approached, turning the azure sky into shades of twilight, Pegasus, flapping its silvery white wings, carried Promise dressed in an ancient Greek robe, and Atalanta, to a high mountain outside the kingdom of Calydon. The location offered a panoramic view of the sky, a place Promise had selected after spending days atop Pegasus. Nearby, a clear pond formed by a spring surrounded the area, and around this pond, to appease the long-awaiting moon goddess Artemis, he had specially decorated with white lilies, symbolizing pure and noble love. Tonight is finally the night. As Pegasus landed, Atalanta, stepping down from Pegasus, scanned the surroundings with her sacred blue eyes, then looked up at the twilight sky. After stretching out her hand and feeling the air, she smiled and said, "That's great. The wind has also stopped." "That's because I made a special trip to the temple of the wind god Aeolus before tonight, so tonight in this part of Calydon, it will be a night without wind," Promise explained to Atalanta. As for which goddess's face the wind god had considered to promptly agree to Promise's request, that, he could not know. After all, even Promise wouldn't have expected that just after he left the temple of the wind god Aeolus, Athena, Hera, Artemis, and Clotho had appeared before the bewildered wind god. As he spoke, Promise also took out a canvas and brushes, setting up the painting that was nearly complete, only lacking the final touches. Beside him, he then, like Atalanta, gazed at the evening sky and said with a sense of wonder, "I've prepared for a whole week, and finally, it's time. I hope that Goddess Artemis will be pleased with my painting, and from then on, to completely give up hunting me." Hearing Promise's words, Atalanta, who had turned her attention back to him, had a flicker of peculiarity in her eyes. After all, having helped throughout the week, she was well aware of what exactly the painting that Promise was working on was. In fact, not only her but many in the kingdom of Calydon had guessed it. It was because of its poor secrecy that Promise had sought the help of the fate goddess Clotho, asking her to ensure that Artemis and the others didn't peek. After all, the anticipation of a gift is also an important element. The real surprise and satisfaction come when the atmosphere is just right and the reveal is made. Atalanta knew this, which is why she was confident that Goddess Artemis would be absolutely pleased with this offering. To be precise, she even felt that this painting, no matter which goddess it was presented to, would surely win their favor. After all, no woman, specifically no female, could resist the charm of that painting, including herself, Artemis's most loyal devotee. At this moment, deep inside, Atalanta even felt a bit jealous of Goddess Artemis, who would soon receive the painting. So she truly didn't understand what Promise was so afraid of. After all, although her faith in the moon goddess had wavered a bit, she never would have imagined that Artemis would be such a formidable goddess in the future. "I really shouldn't have come along." With these thoughts, Atalanta couldn't help but say to Promise, "This is a gift you're offering to the great goddess Artemis, one you've prepared, so Before she could finish, a startled Promise quickly turned around and said to her, "Don't go, Atalanta. You can't leave. I really don't want to be alone with Artemis. And what if she decides to hunt me as soon as she arrives? Besides, aren't you also planning to take this opportunity to express your gratitude to Goddess Artemis? To thank her for saving you and raising you all those years? Besides, tonight's offering isn't just from me, it's from everyone in the kingdom of Calydon." Atalanta, Hearing this and seeing Promise staring at her anxiously, fearing she might actually leave, couldn't help but laugh and asked, "Then tell me, when do you think Goddess Artemis will arrive?" Seeing Atalanta abandon the idea of leaving and relax, Promise responded, "I think she should be arriving soon." But before he could finish his sentence, the twilight sky was already obscured by the night. The goddess of night, Nyx, arrived among mortals, hanging stars in the night sky while the full moon's light also shone down upon the land of the gods. Under the gaze of Promise and Atalanta, the beautiful goddess, riding a golden stag and draped in a divine robe, emerged from the moonlight. Stepping next to the pond adorned with white lilies, she appeared before them. Goddess Artemis had come, more accurately, she had run here eagerly. Her face was puffed up, her expression clearly unhappy, her sky-blue eyes fixed sternly on Promise. Just appearing, she said, "I am not pleased." "Humphrey, I am very unhappy right now. I'm telling you, Promise, if the painting you give me tonight does not satisfy me, then I will definitely hunt you tonight." Speaking with a determined expression, Artemis had already drawn her silver bow, revealed from the moonlight, and was glaring angrily at Promise. Seeing this, Atalanta was naturally frozen in place, while the boy just had an expression of resignation, since he had already anticipated this. After all, if he hadn't guessed this would happen, why would he have insisted on having Atalanta accompany him everywhere? Artemis is not a patient goddess to begin with, especially after a week of heightened anticipation. In reality, Clotho's words alone wouldn't really be enough to stop her, but fortunately, Athena and Hera were also present. At this moment, the two goddesses, along with the goddess of fate who had always remained quietly standing aside, were hiding in the shadows. Clotho wasn't exactly a goddess who enjoyed spectacles. Due to her being all-seeing and in control of the threads of fate of all beings, she rarely left the Temple of Fate. So, a week ago, when Clotho appeared and intercepted the goddesses, even Athena was slightly surprised. At this moment, Athena's beautiful golden eyes were filled with intense interest and anticipation, watching Promise and Atalanta. She, too, was filled with anticipation for the boy's painting, and she had deliberately avoided peeking due to the peculiar nature of Promise's fate, which was both forsaken and cherished by the fate goddess. To put it more simply, his fate was somewhat akin to Schra tilde Pilcrodinger's cat. Before the actual outcome arrives, even the fate goddess cannot truly see what it will be. She can only capture the most probable possibilities. Thus, even Athena, who could see through everything in the world, could not be sure. This is why her gaze had been largely focused on Promise for the past half-year. Not only because he had never disappointed Athena but also because the experience of watching without spoilers and with spoilers is completely different. "I understand, esteemed Goddess Artemis, tonight, I will do my utmost to present that painting to you." After Promise finished speaking, Artemis's demeanor softened considerably, and she put away her silver bow before stepping down from the golden stag, quickly approaching the canvas that he had set up. After taking in the scenery depicted in the painting, Artemis immediately frowned. The scene before her eyes in the painting was indeed very beautiful. The scenery in the painting was actually that of the location itself. Stars dotted the night sky, and the small clear pond in the painting even reflected the moon and stars, surrounded by pure white lilies. It was a fine painting, but it absolutely did not meet Artemis's expectations. Even from her perspective, it was clear that this painting, compared to Athena's or even the last one of Pegasus, was inferior. And to make matters worse, the painting did not even include her own figure. "Is this the painting you're offering me?" Artemis's expression naturally began to darken as she turned to look at Promise. Seeing this, Hera, who had also taken in the painting from the shadows, couldn't help but look worriedly at Athena next to her and said, "Athena, should we go out and stop Artemis now?" "I'm worried." "There's no need, Hera, because..." As she spoke, Athena's golden eyes glanced towards Clotho, who was still standing quietly to the side. Looking at the expressionless fate goddess, Athena smiled and said, "Promise will definitely not disappoint us." Hearing Athena say this, and seeing her confident demeanor, Hera, although still hesitant, did not intervene, but her amber eyes were filled with worry. "Goddess Hera, Promise's patron goddess. In a way, this seemed to be the first time she was truly watching this follower who could bring her glory from the perspective of an audience. This indeed is the painting dedicated to you, the beautiful goddess Artemis. Promise spoke, and before Artemis could respond with anger, he added, but this painting is actually not yet complete, because it is not something I can paint alone. Tonight is not just me offering a tribute to you, goddess Artemis, but everyone in the kingdom of Calydon. As Artemis paused, slightly stunned by his words, the boy continued, they offer you this tribute, hoping the kind goddess would forgive their past impudence, and at the same time, this is the real painting I am offering to you, goddess Artemis. Hearing this, Artemis naturally turned her head to look around. Her gaze lingered briefly on Atalanta, and then she looked more puzzled at Promise, saying, they? But it's clearly just you and little Ata here, isn't it? Promise chuckled upon hearing the goddess' words, then looked towards Atalanta. The latter nodded gently and walked over to the Pegasus, retrieving something that had been prepared in advance. It was an object Artemis had never seen before, and yet it was something quite simple to create. It could carry people's wishes, as well as their thoughts, blessings, and even the sadness and pain of farewells. Slowly rising into the sky, Atalanta lit it, and as the seemingly faint light flared up under the night sky, the Pegasus, with a soft neigh, suddenly started running, transforming into a shooting star that raced towards the starry sky. Artemis then watched curiously as Atalanta approached her, holding it up. Goddess Artemis, I have always wanted to thank you, Atalanta said, appearing somewhat nervous but also very sincere. As Artemis looked on, slightly stunned, she gazed back with a rare gentle smile and said, I have never forgotten the gift you gave me. When my parents abandoned me in the snow, it was you who picked me up, held my tiny hand, comforted me, and taught me how to hunt, nurturing me as I grew up. Therefore, Goddess Artemis, I, Atalanta, have long sworn to dedicate my brief life to you. I wish to stay by your side forever and bless you to be forever beautiful and happy. After speaking, Atalanta let go of the object. In the reflection of Artemis's sky-blue eyes, the faint light, carrying Atalanta's blessings, slowly ascended into the sky. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, also witnessed this scene. This painting is not something I alone could complete, but required the effort of all the people of the kingdom of Calydon. She suddenly recalled Promise's words from earlier. Regaining her composure, Athena abruptly looked around. The place, adorned with white lilies, although beautiful like a painting, was obscured by the tall trees hiding everything around. Realizing something, Athena looked up again, gazing towards the Pegasus now racing towards the starry sea. She stepped forward gently and soon arrived behind the Pegasus. Clotho, the fate goddess, gave a slight chuckle, making no move to intervene, as she knew the scene she had seen in the Temple of Fate, that beautiful painting, was about to appear. As Athena suddenly appeared, the Pegasus was initially startled, but quickly regained its composure. Seated upon the Pegasus, Athena looked down at the mortal world below her, and her golden eyes slowly widened. What's wrong, Athena? A puzzled Hera followed Athena to the Pegasus. Seeing that the latter didn't answer her, Hera followed Athena's gaze down to the ground. As the ground below lit up Hera's amber eyes, and revealed a painting, Hera was stunned. Her eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, and just as she was about to exclaim in surprise, Athena quickly covered her mouth. Then Athena placed her finger on her lips, signaling the wide-eyed Hera to keep quiet. Amidst her own turmoil, Athena once again focused her attention on Promise, and Artemis, who was still looking puzzled at Atalanta's ascending light. Soon, Athena smiled. She now understood why Promise had sought a night without wind. But that was too slow for her. At that moment, Athena felt an impatience she had never experienced before. She was eager to see the painting fully revealed. So, she extended her hand and waved gently at the sky above. The next second, the wind that had been still began to blow from below, and since it was Athena who stirred the wind, she naturally controlled it to ensure it did not disturb the lights. As the wind blew, Promise and the others also felt it, and in just an instant, Promise realized whose doing it was. Feeling somewhat helpless, watching Artemis still puzzled in front of him. He thought for a moment and then spoke to Artemis. Goddess Artemis, your tribute, that painting. It's coming. The latter was taken aback, looking at Promise, then around, puzzled. Where is it? I don't see it. Promise chuckled softly and then said quietly, it has already arrived, but before that, may I ask you one thing, Goddess Artemis? Could you please close your eyes for a moment and wait? Wait again? Artemis's eyes widened, and her face showed reluctance. Don't worry, beautiful Goddess Artemis, this time you only need to wait for 30 seconds, Promise told Artemis, just 30 seconds, and it will appear before your eyes. Upon hearing this, Artemis hadn't yet spoken when Atalanta, standing beside her, interjected, similarly requesting, Goddess Artemis, could you please close your eyes and wait for 30 seconds? It will only take 30 seconds this time, and we will not disappoint you. Is that okay? Artemis looked from Promise to Atalanta, and then with a resigned sigh, she closed her eyes, her face showing reluctance as she pouted. All right, just 30 seconds. If you still haven't finished that painting for me, little Promise, then prepare yourself for my hunt. Seeing this, Promise and Atalanta exchanged a glance and then both smiled. Promise then took out a lyre that had been prepared earlier, gently strumming its strings, producing a tranquil melody. Atalanta, meanwhile, began to count down softly. As the countdown reached the last 10 seconds, Artemis suddenly heard the golden stag's call, filled with surprise as if it had seen something unbelievable. This made Artemis's heart itch with curiosity. Just a quick peek shouldn't hurt, right? With that thought, even before Atalanta finished counting, Artemis couldn't resist and squinted her eyes open to sneak a peek. Then the slowly rising lanterns, lighting up the night sky beneath this night's curtain, also illuminated Artemis's eyes. The next second, Artemis suddenly opened her eyes wide. Goddess Artemis, the countdown isn't over yet. Atalanta's voice couldn't resonate in Artemis's ears anymore. She stared wide-eyed, so shocked that she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. Being a goddess, she heard the blessings for her from the faint light of the lanterns. Each lantern carried a blessing from a person of Calydon for the moon goddess Artemis, slowly reaching towards the night sky, illuminating the dusk. They are also known as Conquering lanterns or sky lanterns. Yes, this was the painting that Promise had prepared. Tens of thousands of lanterns, each carrying the blessings and prayers of every person in Calydon, now flying towards the sky. They illuminated the night sky, encircling Artemis in the middle. Watching her astonished face, unable to speak a word, Promise and Atalanta exchanged glances again and shared a smile. Then Atalanta looked up, also gazing at the scene that lit up the night. Even though she already knew and had anticipated this spectacle, the sight still left her completely mesmerized at the moment. Not just them. At this very moment in the kingdom of Calydon, the king and queen stood with Meleager at the highest point of the palace, watching their lanterns fly high into the sky. Outside the kingdom, no one in Calydon slept this night. People excitedly engaged in conversations, discussing the wishes they had made, all the while gazing at this incredibly beautiful scene. Even in the outskirts, Actaeon, transformed into a great stag, was not alone tonight. The forest's elves, nymphs, and even wild animals all paused, looking up at the sky with him. And as they rose higher, in the distant cave of Pelion, the centaur sage Chiron stepped out from the shadows of his cave, lifting his gaze towards this spectacle. In a town under the night sky, Themis the goddess presiding over justice and fairness had removed the blindfold from her eyes. Walking among the human, staring toward this place, somewhat entranced. In the kingdom of Aegina, the river goddess stood by the window of a high tower, lost in thought as she gazed at this painting. Promise, is it you? No, it must be you who could create such a painting, murmured the river goddess Aegina softly. As time passed and more people, fairies, and even the gods of Olympus gradually became aware of this event, their expressions shifted from surprise and confusion to utter amazement. The Pegasus, running through the sky, was diligently completing the task given by its master, Promise. It gently nudged those lanterns that had strayed off course, causing them to connect and form a painting in the sky. Yes, do not forget, It was a painting. A painting Promise dedicated to Goddess Artemis. And so, the only one still calm at this moment, Promise, came to stand beside Artemis. Goddess Artemis, look. As Artemis reluctantly lowered her head to look at Promise, he began to sketch in the air with his paintbrush. At first, his strokes were slow, but as the lanterns rose higher, he drew faster. Seeing this, the moon goddess gradually realized what was happening. Promise was connecting these lanterns together. Upon this realization, Artemis saw that the seemingly chaotic and patternless lanterns in the sky were now gathering together under his Promise's guidance. They rose higher and finally, under the moonlit starry sky, the painting became visible. It was a crude drawing, more accurately just an outline. It was the silhouette of a goddess, with a golden stag beside her. She was seated on the stag, pulling back her bow, aiming toward the horizon. Who else could it be, if not the moon goddess Artemis herself? At that moment, Artemis was completely dumbfounded, and she wasn't the only one. Hera was equally shocked. Sitting on the Pegasus, she watched as Athena helped reveal the painting, and now, her eyes wide open, she was unable to utter a single word. Is this a painting? Yes, it seemed like a painting. Was this the painting that young Promise had given to Artemis? Why? How? That's not fair. Those were not Hera's words, but Athena's. Then Athena and Hera looked at each other, and in that moment, they reached rare agreement. Why does Artemis get this? After sketching the painting in the air, Promise looked at the utterly stunned goddess beside him and said nothing. Instead, he turned and went over to the canvas he had set up nearby. He took the brush and quietly added the final touches to the yet unfinished piece. Indeed, without divine assistance, neither Promise's brush nor his canvas could contain a deity. It was because of this, during their conversation that night when Promise had spoken of taking her to fly towards the stars, that he suddenly thought of it. The starry night itself was a painting, not drawn on canvas but spread across the world. In the eyes and hearts of those who observed. The idea of the lanterns came later. Originally, Promise planned to create a painting on the ground with torches, but thanks to a gift from Athena, he gained the support of the entire kingdom of Calydon, which inspired him to use the night sky as his canvas. After all, having the entire city offer blessings to Artemis meant that even if the goddess had complaints later, at least the impact would be shared. So, he spent that week on the back of Pegasus, drawing outlines in the sky, and arranging for everyone to light their lanterns that night. Ultimately, this moment was the culmination of all those efforts. Now, Promise put down the brush on that half-finished canvas. And then, the small pond in the painting, like a drop of nectar falling, rippled, and in those ripples, the reflection of Artemis and the golden stag appeared in the water. Also in the water, the silhouette of the goddess drawing her bow in the sky was clearly outlined. With that, the painting was finally complete. Promise set down the brush, looking at the simple landscape painting. It was indeed rudimentary, just a landscape painting. But it was undoubtedly the most beautiful painting he had ever created. Thus, its true form wasn't on this canvas, but in the night sky above. And now, in the eyes of all those watching are humans, gods, and sprites alike. The stars above Calydon had vanished. As Nyx, one of the original 5 deities who brought night to the world, finally noticed this scene, her curiosity caused her to cover the stars. She allowed the painting that had risen high to become even more apparent in this world and to all beings watching. So, you see, gradually coming back to herself, Atalanta lowered her head. Her sacred blue eyes glanced at the still bewildered Artemis and then turned to Promise. She couldn't understand what he had been worrying about. And now Promise came to Artemis with the simple painting. Goddess Artemis, the painting is finished. He took it and handed it to Artemis, the moon goddess, who was standing stunned, and said, "I hope you like it." Chapter 59, The Gift from Moon Goddess Artemis. The sky lanterns lit up the night, causing even the stars to dissipate. Each sky lantern carried the blessings and prayers of a person from Calydon to the goddess Artemis, using the night sky as a canvas to sketch out the painting dedicated to the goddess. At this moment, the goddess of fates, within the temple of fate, saw that painting. Thus, at this moment, the quiet Clotho standing in the dark of the forest also raised her head. Although she couldn't see the night sky now, That scene had already been deeply engraved in her eyes. Therefore, she naturally understood how beautiful the painting that was now visible to all beings was. Although it would dissipate in a very short time, just like Promise had told Clotho before, even though the bloom was momentary, that beautiful scene would forever be painted in the heart. Now, the moon goddess Artemis stood there, foolishly looking at Promise, who was presenting the painting to her. She did not take it because she was completely overwhelmed. Her sky-blue eyes just stared at the black-haired, emerald-eyed youth in front of her. The wind blew their hair, the ground's white lilies symbolizing innocence and purity swayed slightly, and the clear pond beside them reflected not only the painting in the sky but also the scene of the youth offering the painting to the goddess. Atalanta stood by, witnessing this scene. In that moment, she felt that this scene was also a painting, and she probably would never forget such a scene in her life. "You don't want it?" Just as Artemis was foolishly staring at Promise, without reaching out to take the painting, Hera arrived. Dressed in regal garments, her beautiful golden hairs cascading from her crown and her amber eyes fixed intently on the painting. At this moment, her flawless and magnificent face displayed unabashed jealousy. "If you don't want it, I do." Saying so, Hera prepared to snatch the painting from Promise's hands. Hearing this, Artemis reacted, quickly snatching it away and holding it tightly to her chest, stepping back cautiously as she watched Hera. The latter was full of regret as she saw the painting taken by Artemis as she turned her beautiful eyes towards Promise. In her eyes, a flame named Desire burned. Just as Promise noticed this, he blinked gently. "Promise, I want it too. I want such a painting," Hera said excitedly, stepping forward and preparing to firmly grasp the boy. Enough. Athena arrived, stopping Hera with a hand and saying, "Hera, you scared him, and if you want to seek such offerings from a child, you should first fulfill the promises you haven't kept yet. Have you seen Hephaestus yet? Has the child's brush and canvas been sorted out? And Hades' wedding, you haven't settled that yet, have you?" Athena. Hera, feeling a bit frantic, glared fiercely at Athena and said, "I'm this child's goddess." Hearing this, Athena ignored her further. Her dazzling golden eyes turned to Promise, and in the boy's uneasy heart, she showed that signature smile. So far, whenever Athena showed such a smile, Promise had never encountered anything good. "Don't worry, Promise, I won't seek such paintings from you like Hera, but..." Athena slightly narrowed her eyes. "Little Promise, you were naughty, huh? Next time, the painting you offer to me must be even more beautiful than tonight's, understand?" Hearing this, before Promise could react, Hera, showing a not surprised expression, disdainfully glanced at Athena, then slightly raised her eyebrows as if realizing something, saying, "Wait for the next painting." The goddess finally reacted, recalling the painting Athena had bragged about to her before, and then looking up at the painting in the night sky. Her eyes widened as she said to Athena, "Wait, the painting you showed off before was also painted by Promise." "Ah, it was finally exposed, huh?" Athena still smiled elegantly, then turned her head away. Hera, having gotten her answer, then once again focused on Promise, and by now her jealousy was not just written on her face, but seemed about to burst forth from her body. As Promise saw this and his body subconsciously tensed, he heard Hera's faint voice, "Promise, mine then, my painting?" Hera's voice did not mix the expected anger, only thick with melancholy. And this, in turn, made it clear that she was just one step away from a final breakdown. "Promise, I am your goddess." As she bit her lip, the words had just fallen. "Actually, I wouldn't mind becoming your goddess next, Promise," Athena said with a beaming smile. Hearing this, Hera hadn't turned to vent the anger in her heart towards Athena when "I don't mind either." Artemis, holding tightly to the painting in her arms, afraid of it being snatched away, came forward and said seriously, "Promise, I can also be your goddess." Atalanta, hearing this, instinctively opened her mouth to say something, but looking at the scene before her, she thought better of it and simply bowed her head. Then she suddenly noticed beside her, the Pegasus that had descended from the night sky at some unknown time. It was grazing on grass nearby. "You too, Hera," teeth gritted, looking at the two goddesses eyeing her follower greedily, felt the suppressed anger in her heart and the jealousy almost bursting forth from her body. She even felt that this moment was more infuriating than catching Zeus in an affair. "Don't always think about my follower, he is mine, don't even think about it." "Oh, right, take this opportunity to make it clear." Then Hera again focused on Promise, urgently and with a deep hope, said, "Promise, you will choose who to be your goddess, you will definitely choose me, right?" She hadn't finished speaking when Artemis also looked at Promise full of expectation. Athena, however, stopped the conversation from continuing. After all, she was very clear about the choice in Promise's heart at this stage. Enough. Thus, she stopped Hera, and spoke, "Don't say any more, look around. Tonight, it's really quite lively." Hearing this, Hera was momentarily stunned, then turned her head, scanning the surroundings. Feeling those eyes gathered here, and thinking about how her behavior had been spied upon by them, her face instantly darkened. She glared fiercely at Athena, one of the main culprits, but in this situation, Hera had to compromise, forcefully suppressing her emotions as she said, "Fine, I can ignore these for now, but Promise, you also must prepare such a painting for me." "Okay." What surprised everyone present at that moment was that the boy agreed very readily, as if he had been prepared. Even Athena felt somewhat surprised by this. Then Promise nodded and continued to speak to Hera. "Honorable Goddess Hera, I will prepare a painting for you, but... sorry, before that, I need to meet the god of craftsmanship, Hephaestus, and seek a brush and canvas from her." To avoid any misunderstanding from Hera, he quickly explained that he currently lacked the ability to paint deities, hence he needed the god of craftsmanship, Hephaestus, to specially create the tools for him, which he informed Hera. Hearing this, Hera glanced at the painting tightly held in Artemis's arms, then looked up at the sky, and understood some of the reasons. "Therefore, Goddess Hera, I hope that when I am capable, you will allow me and bestow upon me the honor of painting you. And that it will also be my first painting that truly depicts a deity." Promise smiled and said to the slightly stunned Hera, "I have never forgotten the grace you bestowed upon me in the homeland of Jason, honorable goddess, nor have I forgotten everything that happened in Aegean. I have always felt very fortunate to be your follower, so great goddess, please grant me this honor on that day." Hera is a goddess prone to jealousy. Promise was well aware of this. Thus, he had already considered that offering a painting to Artemis might provoke Hera's displeasure, so he had prepared accordingly. And indeed, quenching Hera's rage was not difficult. Although he couldn't produce a finished product at the moment, and the folder offered to her was still blank, it was enough to make it seem like he was considering her first. After all, as long as it doesn't involve marriage, Hera is relatively easy to talk to. Unlike Artemis, who is always thinking about hunting. So, after Promise finished speaking, Hera, who had initially worn unhappiness and jealousy on her face, changed her expression in an instant, turning it into surprise. And hearing this, Artemis blinked, feeling somewhat dejected that the painting in her hands didn't seem so desirable. Yet even so, she held onto it tightly, with no intention of letting go. "Athena, did you hear that?" Then Hera, with a face full of pride, immediately boasted to Athena, "This child still remembers me, and moreover, the first person he will paint will be me. But the first painting truly offered to a god is still mine." Thinking this, Athena did not expose Promise, but merely smiled lightly, her golden eyes casting a meaningful glance at the boy. At the same time, she couldn't really say much, as after all, having Hera as the first god truly depicted by Promise, from all perspectives, was reasonable and appropriate. Thus, Promise successfully got through the night. Hera got the outcome she wanted, and was even eager to meet her daughter, the god of craftsmanship, Hephaestus, hoping to obtain a painting like the one of Artemis tonight. Although Athena didn't gain anything, she was already satisfied, for to her, a goddess of her stature, everything tonight was too interesting, and Promise had not disappointed her once again. Although she felt a bit jealous in her heart, as for Artemis, the greatest winner tonight, she was initially stunned by the overwhelming happiness, and was dazed throughout. It was only when Athena and Hera were about to leave with Artemis that she somewhat came to her senses. Wait a minute, I haven't bestowed my grace on little Promise yet. Artemis exclaimed loudly. Hearing this, Hera and Athena were slightly taken aback and then stopped. Indeed, such a significant offering tonight without gifts or blessings would indeed be inappropriate. If Artemis didn't give one, by tomorrow, the gods would surely seize the opportunity to mock her for being stingy, thus covering up their jealousy. But what kind of gift would Artemis give for such an offering? Hera couldn't help but stop and curiously look at the moon goddess. And at that moment, the gift is not just from me but from all of Calydon and Atalanta, as a blessing and gift to you, Goddess Artemis. Promise spoke, even turning to pull Atalanta closer, and earnestly said, "Therefore, Goddess Artemis, I don't have the sole right to enjoy this gift, please bestow it equally upon everyone." Hearing this, Hera looked at Promise somewhat emotionally. "This is the child who can bring me honor. No, from today onwards, I must take even better care of him. I absolutely can't give Athena any chance." Thinking this, she glared fiercely at Athena again. Atalanta, however, did not pay attention to Hera at this moment but rather looked at Promise with a somewhat playful gaze. After all, she had realized early on that Promise's carefully prepared painting was because he feared being hunted by Artemis, and she naturally guessed his thoughts at this time. That is to stand everyone in front of Artemis. And Artemis, feeling the blessings contained in the night lanterns and looking at the first one who lit the lantern, her most loyal little follower, really couldn't refute, as she hesitated. "Grant the blessings to the entire kingdom of Calydon," Athena spoke up, smiling. "Forgive their past mistakes, give blessings to all, that is what they are hoping for. And Artemis, you should also fulfill your little follower's wish, letting her follow by your side from now on. As for Promise, Artemis, from today onwards, you should no longer use hunting to scare him." "Is that all?" Artemis looked at Athena in confusion. "Of course, Goddess Artemis." Before Athena could respond, Atalanta excitedly said, "Following you is my greatest wish, please grant me this honor." "All right then." Artemis, feeling a bit helpless but also happy, nodded at Atalanta and said, "Since this is little Ata's wish, so be it." "What about Promise?" "Apart from no longer going hunting, it's the painting, of course." After Athena's response, everyone present was slightly taken aback. "Painting?" Artemis looked at Athena in confusion, then at the painting in her hands, and the next second, she hugged it tightly, looking warily at her. "Not the one in your hands." Athena rolled her eyes at Artemis and said, "But when Promise gets the brush and canvas from Hephaestus, Artemis, you are not to make any requests of this child, and must graciously be portrayed on his canvas. And from then on, whenever this child seeks your help, you cannot refuse." This statement was a bit absolute, but even Hera showed an expression that it was only right, considering those sky lanterns were still lit up in the sky. "No problem." Hearing this, Artemis didn't even give Promise a chance to speak and immediately nodded in agreement, as if afraid that the other party might change their mind. She actually didn't care about what Athena said later. She only heard the first part, that Promise would paint her again in the future. Seeing this, Promise hesitated for a moment and then said nothing. After all, his main goal, with Athena's help, had indeed been achieved. Since Artemis had given her Promise, she could no longer hunt Promise from now on. So the night finally calmed down. Well, more precisely, until the dawn lit up the sky, Calydon would not be quiet at all. Meanwhile, those sky lanterns traveled a distance into the night sky before stopping. Even though the painting is destined to dissipate in the sky when the sun rises, tonight, the goddess of the night, Nyx, who makes the stars retreat, wishes to keep it hanging in the night sky, using the night sky as its canvas. And then the Pegasus, stretching its wings, brought Atalanta and Promise back to the kingdom of Calydon. And when it landed within the kingdom of Calydon, what welcomed Promise was the cheers of everyone in Calydon. After all, before their return, the temple's followers and prophets had excitedly informed everyone that the moon goddess Artemis had forgiven their past mistakes, and she would also grant them 100 years of blessings. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, A grand banquet took place throughout the kingdom. Everyone participated, but Promise, who was the absolute core of it all, quietly slipped away from the crowd at some point, because he still had a small promise to keep. He climbed to the highest point of the palace in the kingdom, and there at the very top, wearing a white robe, Clotho, the fate-holding Promise's destiny orb, sat quietly waiting for him. That day in the Temple of Fate, having awoken from the spied upon future destinies, Promise naturally found the other two goddess of fates. They had agreed to help, but only made one small request. Though their request was a bit strange, it was just a small matter, so Promise eventually agreed. That was, at the end of everything, Promise needed to come to Clotho's side to accompany her, who couldn't see it all, and together admire the view of tonight. Comment 6. Vote 2 left. Chapter 60, Hermes. 2 days later, under the afternoon sun, inside the sacred realm of moon goddess Artemis, the queen of Olympus Hera was sitting with the goddess of wisdom, Athena, in a pavilion. As for Artemis, amid the contemptuous looks of the two goddesses, she happily presented the painting in her hand to her attendants and nymphs for their appreciation, and felt extremely satisfied under their admiring and envious gazes. But to be honest, you two goddesses are not qualified to look down on her, right? After all, Artemis's current actions are not much different from when one of you flaunted a painting before the gods and the other boasted about a prophecy. Hera, why haven't you left yet? After scorning Artemis and suppressing her jealousy, Athena revealed her standard elegant smile and turned to Hera, saying, "You must have many things to do, right?" "Athena, don't think I don't know what you're up to." Hera glared at her with her amber eyes and said, "You want to take advantage of my absence to make a move on that child, right? Well, think again. I'm telling you, don't even think about it." "But that child has already made a vow with me. I will help him grow into a hero who will resound across the world, becoming a dazzling star in the heavens." Facing Hera's wary gaze, Athena remained calm, still smiling warmly. "And don't forget, Hera, that becoming a hero is your lovely devotee's dream. He longs to become a hero and yearns for a grand finale." "Are you really planning to ignore all that and obstruct him?" "No way, no way." "Hera, do you really dislike him that much? You always say you are his goddess." "Ah, how infuriating." Watching Athena blinking innocently, feigning surprise while her lips curled up uncontrollably, Hera felt her fists clench. Knowing this schemer harbored no good intentions and coveted her lovely devotee, yet unable to defeat or out-argue her, she could only seethe with rage. It even felt more painful than catching Zeus in an affair. Seeing Hera's discomfort, which greatly satisfied her and diminished her hidden jealousy, a delighted Athena finally spoke again. "Come on, Hera, let's not fight anymore. That child's respect for you is not false. As you saw, he always puts you first, even making a vow that you will be the first goddess he truly portrays. So you don't need to worry too much, at least for the short term." Hera's expression had not yet relaxed completely when she frowned and said, "Wait, what do you mean by for the short term?" Athena did not answer her question but continued, "There's no point in continuing this standoff. It won't be long before the child sets off on his journey again. Do you really want to stop that child's wish, not wanting to see him become a famed hero of ancient Greece? Do you think he doesn't deserve it?" "How could that be possible?" Hera shook her head decisively and proudly said, "My child, how could he not have such qualifications? Moreover, he is second to none, even better than everyone else." Upon hearing this, Athena had not yet had the chance to respond. Right. Little Promise is really excellent." Artemis quickly chimed in, nodding enthusiastically. However, Athena and Hera completely ignored her. "So, as the goddess of that child, you can't let him be disheartened. So, Hera, go do your work quickly. His paintings and brushes are still waiting for you, the great goddess, to meet Hephaestus." Upon hearing the name Hephaestus, Hera's body involuntarily stiffened. Seeing this, Athena could only helplessly change the subject, saying, "Or perhaps the wedding of Hades. It seems that has been delayed for a while now, hasn't it?" "Stop talking about it," Hera said with a gloomy face. "It was that guy who said he wanted a marriage, for which I found so many goddesses for him, and even sent Hermes to bring them to him. I even sent Aphrodite the once, but he didn't like any of them and sent them all away. There's a reason why Hephaestus hates you." Athena looked at Hera speechlessly, even imagining the scene where Hephaestus would close the door in her face or kick her out when she visits. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but laugh again. However, after laughing, Athena felt this wasn't a solution. Although she enjoyed seeing Hera get rejected, not giving her something to do meant she couldn't make a move on promise. So after a moment's thought, Athena said, "Hera, have you ever thought about why Hades brought up marriage to you?" "What's there to think about? He wants a partner. Among our siblings, he's the only one without one, so he must be desperate." Watching Hera confidently say this, Athena struggled to hold back the urge to facepalm, saying, "Could there be a possibility that Hades seeking a marriage from you is not for finding a partner but simply for the sake of marriage? For example, he might have already found a partner for himself?" Upon hearing this, Hera first paused, then a look of realization crossed her face, followed by even more surprise as she looked at Athena, saying, "Are you saying that gloomy guy finally smartened up and found someone he likes?" "I didn't say that." "You did, Hera." As she spoke, Athena reached out and pushed away Artemis, who had come closer at some point with curiosity written all over his face. "So that's it. That's what it was all about. I'll go ask him now, who that person is." An elated Hera had just stood up to leave when she suddenly tilted her head, frowning, then turned back and looked at Athena, saying, "Wait, I just realized it's no use asking him. That gloomy guy definitely won't tell me directly who it is." "It's simple." The latter smiled again. "You just need to return to Olympus, gather all the goddesses, and ask who is willing to go to the underworld to become Hades' bride. The most eager one, obviously, is the one Hades wants. After all, not many deities are willing to go to the underworld, shrouded in darkness and desolation." "You mean a broken bar?" "Hera, you should know Hades better than I do. Do you think he would seek marriage from you without the other party's consent?" At this, Hera finally understood. After understanding completely, Hera couldn't help but laugh, saying, "That guy Hades, really, if there was such a thing, why didn't he say so earlier?" With that, Hera left. As she departed, Artemis predictably followed right behind her. After they had gone, Athena waved her hand to dismiss all the nymphs nearby, then crossed her arms in front of her chest and leaned against the pavilion saying, "All right, come out Hermes, you've been hiding there long enough. Tell me, what do you need?" At this, Athena paused slightly, then turned her head to look at the handsome blonde man emerging from the bushes, dressed in light green casual clothes and wearing a feathered hat, and said more precisely, "Or rather, what do you need from the child? Promise?" Hearing this, Hermes, squinting his eyes, took off his feathered hat, gave a slight bow to Athena, and said with a smile, "You really can't hide anything from those eyes of yours, wise goddess, but, to be precise, this is not a task given to me." After putting his hat back on, the squint-eyed Hermes continued with a smile, "This is a mandate from our great Father God." "Father God?" Athena raised her eyebrows slightly surprised. After a moment of silence, she looked up and continued to ask Hermes, "What for?" "To save someone, a woman." Hermes smiled. "To be exact, a woman who has been turned into a cow. Her name is Io." Comment. Chapter 61, The Oracle of the God King Zeus. Hermes, he is one of the 12 Olympian gods in ancient Greek mythology, the son of King Zeus, the messenger of the gods, who can travel anywhere, including the underworld. And it's not it. He is also the god of commerce and cunning, clever and sly, making him one of the smartest beings in Olympus, second only to Athena. Thus, Zeus often likes to delegate various tasks to Hermes, most notably involving his many lovers. Whenever he gets caught by Hera, in order to rescue his lovers, he would find Hermes and ask him to find a way to solve the problem for him. And Io was one of them. Athena didn't know who Io was, but when she heard that it was Zeus asking for help, she had already guessed most of the answer. "Why are you looking for a promise?" Athena asked. "Because of Hera." Hermes replied with a narrowed eye smile. Hearing this, Athena immediately understood. It was clear that Hermes had seen the painting from the previous night and understood Promise's importance in Hera's heart. And the one who turned Io into a cow was none other than Hera herself. But this isn't what the Father God intended, right? Athena roughly understood it in her heart, so she relaxed and said, after all, as long as Zeus didn't send a message asking Hermes to bring Promise to him, everything would be easy to talk about. Facing Athena, Hermes knew that being cunning was pointless, so he nodded and straightforwardly said, yes, but I need his help. Then you need to ask Promise himself about this matter. After all, he is a loyal believer of Hera. I can't make the decision. Hearing this, the latter looked at Athena with some surprise in his orange eyes, and he actually found a hint of jealousy. But of course, he was not foolish enough to point it out. So he took off the feather hat on his head, bowed to Athena again, and said, I understand. I will go to see the child now. Having said that, just as Hermes was about to leave, wait. Athena, stopping him, thought for a moment, and then said, from today on, you must tell the gods one thing. They can see that child, Promise, and they can ask for tribute, but they need to prepare a golden apple for him. Promise now has 4 golden apples in his hand. Athena didn't have it anymore, and it was obvious that Hera would not give her any, so she hadn't been able to provide any to Promise recently. But Clotho had, so he went to the Temple of Destiny once the night before, and if he is willing, you must promise me one thing. Tell me, Athena. Hermes replied with a smile. For Hermes, being stopped by Athena and asked for a favor was not surprising at all. After all, he was not the battle idiot like Ares. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to Athena before going to Promise. If that child falls into the underworld, you have to help me rescue him once. Hearing Athena say this, Hermes instinctively asked, is that child going to fall into the underworld soon? I don't know. The latter shook her head. You don't know? Hermes was stunned for a moment, then looked at Athena's golden eyes with great surprise. I really don't know. After all, it seems to me that he wanders around the fork in the road to the underworld almost every day, but he doesn't go in. So I just want to be on the safe side. Athena said this and paused before continuing to speak to Hermes. As for what's really going on, you'll understand everything once you meet him. Upon hearing this, Hermes, with doubts in his heart, went to the kingdom of Calydon. And it didn't take much effort for him to meet Promise, because at this time the boy in Calydon was just like a star. No matter where he went, people would greet him excitedly. Not to mention the marks left by several goddesses on him, which to Hermes, were as conspicuous as lighthouses in a sea fog. And when they met, looking at the black-haired, green-eyed young man, although his appearance was not the most handsome that Hermes had ever seen, the natural artistic aura that adorned him, along with his amiable smile, still made Hermes internally remark, what a lovely boy. Then he turned around and prepared to leave. Hermes now understood why Athena had instructed him to prepare golden apples and be ready to fish someone out of the underworld. After all, in this age of gods in ancient Greece, even infants could probably live a couple of days longer than Promise. At this moment, Hermes dismissed the idea of taking Promise to rescue Io. In fact, due to the competition between Athena and Hera, as well as the fame that Promise had gradually gained so far, any normal person or god would probably think that the boy was nearly as powerful as the great human hero, Hercules. Not to mention, they all graduated from the centaur sage Chiron. Oh, that's not right. It seems that Promise didn't graduate at all. He ran away secretly. Hermes obviously thought the same, which was why he came here. But the reality was, this boy is not even comparable to Hercules as a baby. And to know, not only had Hera turned that woman named Io into a cow, but she even had her guarded by Argus, the giant with 100 eyes. Now, not to mention letting Promise confront that giant and rescue Io, Hermes was even worried that if he took him there, the poor boy might be scared to death by the 100-eyed giant on the spot. Just as Hermes was about to leave, a casual glance made him stop in his tracks. He even rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. He saw a sword on Promise, the sword of the goddess of justice, Themis. Then Hermes calmed down and thought of Athena and how much she valued her promise. And Athena's character was well known among the Olympian gods, and no one could catch her eye without the qualifications of a hero. So, Hermes chuckled, coming back to his senses. He felt that this matter seemed to be becoming more and more interesting. Thus, Meleager, I must go. In the kingdom of Calydon, Promise said helplessly to the red-haired youth Meleager, who had forced him to stay beside him, you know, I still have the oracle given to me by the Queen Hera. Now the crew consists of you, Atalanta and Chopper. I still have to go find Theseus, Hercules, and Peleus. There was no need to explain who Hercules and Theseus were. As for Peleus, he was the father of Achilles, whose fame would be second only to Hercules in the future. I can go with you, Meleager said persistently. I can be your bodyguard and protect you. And both my father and mother have already promised me this. Meleager was a prince, but when he expressed this idea in the palace, even his parents did not object, and even thought it was reasonable. The painting he presented to the moon goddess that night not only conquered several goddesses, but also apparently conquered the people of this kingdom. In the past few days, Meleager's parents have been wanting to give Promise something, and have even hinted to him several times that they have several very good-looking daughters. But the boy still just asked them to help spread his name. I personally don't mind if you follow me, as long as you can convince my Pegasus. Promise shrugged. However, when Meleager heard him say this, he instantly became depressed. That was Pegasus, a celestial horse that can normally only be touched and cleansed by the 9 muses representing art. Atalanta was allowed to sit because it was smart. After all, every time something went wrong with Promise, it would rush to the scene and eat grass in the first place. So last time Meleager touched it out of curiosity, he was kicked to the ground and it took him a long time to recover. If he hadn't been a heroic figure of the Age of Gods, he might still be lying at home recuperating. Then you can stay in Calydon. As for the search for Hercules and Peleus, you can leave it to me. I will send someone to find them. However, Meleager did not intend to let him go. After all, this time, he undoubtedly owed Promise a huge favor, even though he didn't know his fate. Not to mention Promise, who made him worried. No, this is absolutely not possible. I still need to seek revenge on them. Although the quality of heroic spirit was very high now, making Promise feel that he can fight in the Holy Grail War in his current condition. Well, even if his constitution was a big problem, at least he could manage a suicide attack akin to a meteor with Pegasus. But participating in more legends isn't a bad thing, especially since he's only a step away from being an A-rank heroic spirit. And with the legend of the Argo as a safety net, with an A-rank heroic spirit as a baseline, Promise felt he might reach S rank, and if he aimed a little higher, perhaps he could even achieve a divine station. When Meleager heard the promise of revenge, he wanted to laugh. Not to mention, he was quite curious to see how Hercules and the others would react when Promise sought them out one by one to exact his revenge. But he was just thinking about it, and when he was about to say something, Meleager suddenly found that his vision became blurred, and he stood there in a daze. Noticing something was off with Meleager, Promise, who was puzzled, then saw Hermes with his feathered hat and holding a caduceus, double snake staff, descending from the sky to stand before him. The god pressed his feather hat, showing a seemingly refreshing smile, took out a golden apple and placed it in the hand of the stunned young man. "Hello, lovely child of Queen Hera. I am pleased to meet you. I am Hermes, and I bring you a great oracle from King Zeus. Would you be willing to help me fulfill this great divine will?" Comment 13. Vote to left. Chapter 62. The Olympian 12 Gods Portrait. The next morning, fluttering its silver wings, the Pegasus carried Promise through the skies. It passed over wilderness and lakes, taking Promise to where Io was located. Promise naturally knew who Hermes was, and when he heard the name Io from him, he recalled this mythological tale. Like the river goddess Aegina, Io was also a woman persecuted by Hera. The only difference was that she was one of the few women who had a better ending. According to the myth, just when Zeus caught the fleeing Io and was about to rape her, Hera arrived in time and discovered the situation. In the end, Zeus had no choice but to turn Io into a white cow. Although Hera realized this, she didn't reveal it. She merely admired the cow's beauty and demanded it from Zeus, assigning Argus, the 100-eyed giant, to guard it day and night. Io, though turned into a cow, did not lose her human thoughts, and thus spent her days in tears. Later, after Hermes decapitated Argus, she was again pursued by Hera. In the end, Zeus, having witnessed everything, reluctantly made a vow to Hera. He swore to give up his love for Io and proved that the maiden was still pure. Only then did Hera finally let her go and allowed Io to regain her human form and return to her country. Argus shouldn't make things difficult for me. After all, he should be able to tell at a glance that I'm a follower of Hera. Promise muttered while sitting on Pegasus. Pegasus did not respond to this. After all, it was just a horse and at most it knew how to lower its head and eat grass at the right time. Yes, Promise had agreed to Hermes' request. The reason was simple. Apart from the fact that this was a legend, Hermes had very generously given Promise an artifact, a pan flute named Syrinx, which in the legends was used to lull the all-seeing giant to sleep. He had given this as a reward for Promise's assistance. The morning breeze, slightly cool, brushed against Promise as the galloping Pegasus suddenly neighed softly towards him. "What is it? Do you want to rest a bit?" The latter looked at it puzzled. Pegasus first shook its head, then after thinking, nodded. Although Promise was confused, considering that Pegasus had been flying him around all night and that he was also a bit hungry, he let it land beside a stream in an ancient forest. Not long after landing, Promise heard the beautiful sound of a lyre close to his ears. And that lyre music was somewhat familiar, making him instantly think of one person, one of his targets for revenge and also a future crew member of the Argo, Orpheus, who had once taught him music for a while. He was the child of the god of light, Apollo, and his most famous deed in the future would be to move the king and queen of the underworld with his music, thus exceptionally earning the right to bring his wife back from the underworld. After a moment's surprise, Promise's first feeling was delight. He hadn't expected to encounter a friend in this era. But soon, he realized something was off. Because the lyre music, as if enchanted, made him uncontrollably start walking towards the source of the stream. And according to Promise's understanding, in the ancient Greek age of gods, there was only one person. Rather, one god, who possessed such magical lyre music. Promise didn't walk long before he emerged from a thicket, and the scene opened up before him revealing a stunningly beautiful spring. By the clear spring, there stood a very conspicuous laurel tree, its leaves shimmering silver. When Promise saw it, the tree seemed to tremble slightly, and a silver leaf fluttered down, landing in the hand he had instinctively extended, as if greeting him. And under that laurel tree, Promise finally saw the person playing the lyre. He bore some resemblance to the lyre-playing Orpheus and also somewhat resembled Asclepius, the future god of medicine. With his eyes closed, he was playing a 7-stringed lyre, nestling under the laurel tree, and basking in the sunlight. His golden hair spilled down his back and was loosely tied into a ponytail hanging in front. His appearance was incredibly handsome, dazzling as if embodied by the light itself. His name was Apollo, one of the 12 main gods of Olympus, acknowledged as the most handsome male god among them, and also the twin brother of the moon goddess Artemis. As Promise looked at the man before him, he immediately discerned who he was and turned his gaze to the Pegasus following behind. Sensing Promise's look, the latter immediately turned its head away and began to nibble on the grass. "Child, could you paint a picture for me?" Apollo spoke up at this moment. Opening his sky-blue eyes, similar to those of Artemis, he looked at Promise with his magnetic voice and gently said, "It is a painting dedicated to my beloved. Although she has not accepted my love and become my wife, I still wish that, like Artemis, she will always be remembered by all. Because I love her so deeply." Hearing this, Promise instinctively looked towards the laurel tree next to Apollo and his expression suddenly turned strange. "So even though she turned into a laurel tree to avoid you, you still can't let her go, and you want to use her branches for crowns, her wood for lyres, and her flowers to decorate your bow?" Daphne, the laurel tree goddess. Yes, the laurel tree beside Apollo was indeed a goddess named Daphne, whom Apollo loved unrequitedly. Even to escape Apollo's love, she ultimately transformed into the laurel tree before him. Seemingly reacting to Apollo's words, the laurel tree gently shook again. And god Apollo, seeing this, excitedly laughed and said, "Ah, my beautiful Daphne, do you feel my love and are responding to me? Let me guess, is there a chance she isn't really responding to you?" "Well, she is responding, but probably just expressing her speechlessness and helplessness, right?" Promise blinked. Due to a strange sense of copyright Avu, Promise accurately read the emotions expressed by the laurel tree goddess Daphne at the moment. Just like Meleager and Atalanta. Only, unlike Atalanta who never really paid any attention to Meleager, and the red-haired man never dared express his love for Atalanta. Really, birds of a feather flock together. Like Artemis, they are all extreme romantics, and all even have the potential for yandere tendencies. Thinking this, Promise also felt somewhat relieved. Actually, from the moment he realized that the person might be Apollo, he had been wrestling with whether to loudly call for Hera or Athena for help. After all, Apollo is, let's say, versatile. Simply put, he is a typical example of if you're handsome, you're right. But now, Promise could be a little relieved because it seemed, for the moment, all the focus was being absorbed by the laurel tree goddess Daphne. "I apologize, noble god of light, Apollo. I am not currently capable of creating such a painting because my paints and brushes cannot bear the weight of a deity." Upon regaining his senses, Promise truthfully revealed Apollo. Hearing this, Apollo, who had been playing his lyre, paused briefly and looked at Thr Boy somewhat surprised. Indeed, the ability to carry a god implies actually being able to depict a god, a realm nearly unreachable for mortals. "And what about a painting like the one on that night?" Apollo asked again. "That painting could not have been achieved by me alone. It was carved from the heartfelt wishes and blessings of all the people." Hearing Promise's explanation, Apollo nodded slightly and did not get angry. Despite the repeated refusals, he had seen that painting and thus understood why it was envied by the gods, and not just because it used the night as a canvas but because it contained the heartfelt prayers and blessings of the people. Those prayers that lit the lanterns, illuminating the night, were indeed the moments that truly caught the gods' attention. At that moment, the laurel tree gently shook once more. This time, Apollo genuinely understood her message and smiled back. "Rest assured, my love, I am not angry." This child's words contain no lies, and he is also favored by Artemis, so I will take good care of him. Apollo's relationship with Artemis was very close. More precisely, he was somewhat overprotective. The death of Orion was primarily because Apollo felt he wasn't worthy of his sister. Also, for this reason, Apollo took quite good care of Atalanta. "Then when you are capable in the future, would you be willing to paint a picture for both me and my beloved?" Apollo then asked Promise. "Of course, it would be my honor." Promise did not refuse this time. The reason for not refusing was clear, and moreover, Promise vividly remembered what Athena had once said, that by depicting a deity in a painting, he could directly pray to the gods and thus receive their blessed powers. Just like using the painting of the river goddess Aegina could briefly control the rivers. "Wait. So am I collecting paintings of the 12 Olympian gods, like collecting stamps? And wait a minute, why do I feel like the path I'm taking is getting weirder? Not the typical close combat hero of ancient Greek myths, but a summoner?" Comment 15. Vote to left. Chapter 63, Walking with the Gods. "But it's Apollo." "Child, where are you planning to go now?" When Promise happily agreed to Apollo's request, the latter, smiling gently, asked him. Hearing this, Promise hesitated for a moment before tactfully telling Apollo that he was going to a place called Lena to meet a woman named Io. Upon hearing this, Apollo stood up, holding his 7th-stringed lyre and showing a smile as bright as the light. He said to Promise, "In that case, let me escort you on this journey." Huh? Just as Promise blinked. "That giant named Argos is no ordinary being. It's too dangerous for you to go there alone." And as Apollo spoke, he seriously examined Promise in front of him. Then he sighed and said, "I don't know why Hermes assigned such a dangerous task to you, nor do I understand why Athena and the others agreed, but I can't watch you be in such a dangerous situation, after all." At this point, Apollo, showing a smile he believing to be infinitely friendly smile, softly said to Promise, "You are as lovely and delicate as a flower. Since I have seen you, how could I bear to see you wither away?" When he finished speaking, the expression on Promise's face at that moment was no different from when Artemis had declared she wanted to hunt him. Then, despite all of Promise's tactful refusals, Apollo had already made up his mind, and even when he left, the goddess who turned into a laurel tree kept trembling. Seeing such scene, Apollo was deeply moved, thinking that his lover didn't want to be separated from him, but Promise understood very well that it was tears of joy for finally being freed from suffering. Indeed, a smile doesn't disappear, it just shifts. Fortunately, the journey wasn't long. Within just one day, Promise, along with Apollo, the god of light, and the Pegasus he was tightly holding on to, arrived at their destination. And during this day, although Apollo's overly gentle gaze constantly made Promise feel uneasy, and even though he ate a golden apple at night to ensure he wouldn't need to sleep, nothing unexpected happened. It might be because of the golden arrow of little Eros that all of Apollo's love was directed towards the laurel tree goddess Daphne at this moment. Although Apollo is also a switch, he is different from the god king Zeus. At least he doesn't fall for every beautiful woman he sees. After all, like the moon goddess Artemis, he is also a hopeless romantic. Therefore, the issues between Apollo and the laurel tree goddess Daphne mainly stem from the golden arrow shot by little Eros. By the way, in some sense, this Eros is also the root of the tragedy between Medea and Jason. When Promise and Apollo arrived in Lena, it wasn't long before the 100-eyed giant Argos appeared before them on the forest path. Having sensed the strong aura of Hera on Promise and the presence of Apollo from afar, Argos came to meet the two on his own initiative. As his name suggests, Argos's body was densely covered with eyes, giving a strong sense of oppression. Apollo, looking at him, then worriedly turned to Promise, fearing that this delicate child might be frightened by Argos's appearance. However, to his surprise, Promise, while examining Argos, not only wasn't scared but also showed great interest, even pulling out a paintbrush and canvas at some point. Promise didn't know why, but at the moment he saw Argos, his artist's soul seemed to awaken, and he was flooded with rare inspiration. Maybe it was because he had painted so many beautiful things. Thus, Promise recorded him. When he came back to his senses, several hours had passed. The afternoon sunlight had come to an end, and in his hand was a painting titled Argos, the 100-eyed giant. And just like with Pegasus, Promise felt that he could summon Argos with this painting. Finally coming back to his senses, Promise, looking at the painting in his hand and then at Argos in front of him, was somewhat bewildered. "I think the muses of art would be very interested in meeting you and might even challenge you," he said. At this moment, Apollo, who had been quietly protecting him, laughed. He looked at the painting in Promise's hand, recalling the scene where he was so focused that it seemed like the world had only the paintbrush and the object in front of him, and couldn't help but exclaim again, "Promise, you really are an adorable and likable child." Hearing these words, Promise instantly snapped back to full awareness, extremely aware. He immediately leaned closer to the Pegasus. "Are you Promise?" At this moment, the 100-eyed giant Argos, who had been silent and serving as Promise's model, spoke. What Promise didn't know was that being a model, especially under such circumstances, wasn't actually a very good task. During that period, Argos felt as if he was standing in front of the goddess of wisdom or the goddess of fate, with all his secrets exposed to Promise. If it weren't for the fact that the god of light Apollo was standing beside him and that the strong aura of Hera on Promise made Argos realize he was one of their own, he would have angrily crushed him for such offensive behavior. The great Queen Hera's most favored follower, facing Argos's question, Promise, who was trying hard to look up at him, thought for a moment and replied, "I am indeed a follower of the noble Queen Hera, and as for whether I am favored by her, I am working on it." Hearing this, Argos, looking at the humble but unyielding Promise, glanced at him with all his eyes, very surprised. After all, he was just being polite. The name Promise had been boasted by Hera countless times. "You don't have to look up," It's tiring. I can see you with the eyes on my legs too, Argos said with a warm smile, though with eyes on his face and mouth. His smile looked anything but warm, even scaring passing birds to death. By the way, what brings you and Lord Apollo here to find me? As he spoke, Argos's eyes also glanced at Apollo beside him. Hearing this, the latter did not speak. After all, he couldn't directly tell Argos that he came with promise to prepare to kill him, could he? The god of light Apollo, who was also the god of music, medicine, and prophecy in Greek mythology, naturally knew the fate of Argos due to his role as the god of prophecy. He would fall asleep due to the magic of the flute in Promese's hand and be killed by Hermes in his sleep. Later, his eyes would even be taken by Hera to decorate the peacock's tail. Fate could not be changed, and Promese was too weak, so Apollo had come along to play the role of the executioner. After all, not many people knew about Promese's wager with the goddess of fate, Clotho. The three fates were extremely special beings even among the gods. No one, not even the gods, wanted to know their predestined and unchangeable fate. Therefore, the three fates were naturally not well liked. While Apollo was thinking about how to explain this, "Actually, we are here to rescue the woman named Io," Promese said directly, aiming for honesty. This immediately stunned both Apollo and Argos. When Apollo came back to his senses, he couldn't help but smile and shake his head, thinking, what an adorable child, not even knowing how to lie. As a result, his gaze towards Promese became even gentler. Argos, after being stunned for a while, hesitantly asked, "Are you sure you know about Io, for example? Her relationship with the great queen Hera?" He tried to lower his voice, fearing that speaking too loudly might shock Promese to death. Even so, the latter still felt a buzzing in his ears. Of course, Promese nodded. He naturally understood what Argos meant, so after thinking for a moment, he said, "May I ask, Argos, if you can take me and the great god of light Apollo to see her first?" After a brief hesitation, Argos agreed to Promese's request. After all, with Apollo standing right there, and knowing how much Hera favored Promese, he felt that even if he did release Io, he wouldn't be severely punished. So soon, Promese and Apollo followed the hundred-eyed giant Argos to the highest peak of a mountain, where many cattle and sheep were confined. Among the cattle and sheep, a snow-white cow was being kept in a separate pen. She gazed at the moon in the sky, crying out in pain, with tears that seemed never to stop. Seeing this scene, Apollo immediately frowned upon recognizing the true form of the cow as a beautiful woman, and a sense of pity welled up in his heart. He then turned his head to look at Argos, searching for his neck among the many eyes, thinking that if he was going to cut it off sooner or later, he might as well do it now. Sensing Apollo's gaze, Argos finally noticed something was wrong. As he grew wary, contemplating whether he should inform Hera, he saw Promese approaching. "Argos, may I ask if I can draw a picture of her?" the young man asked as he took out another golden apple from Pegasus's backpack. Without waiting for Argos to respond, he approached the snow-white cow, sat down, and began drawing while biting the golden apple. Chapter 64, Simple Rewrite of Fate. Promese did not come here without a plan. After all, he had dealt with such matters before. To be honest, Io's issue wasn't too troublesome, as Zeus hadn't succeeded with her. Therefore, Promese knew what he needed to do was simple. Just like in the myth, he needed to soften Hera's heart and ensure that Zeus would no longer target Io, showing Hera that she posed no threat. With this in mind, the boy swallowed the golden apple and focused on the white cow before him. At that moment, Promese realized that something was slightly off. As he prepared to draw Io on the canvas, what appeared before him was no longer the white cow but a beautiful woman, crying in sorrow, with skin as lovely as milk. Her green eyes sparkled like stars in the night. But soon, Promese stopped overthinking it. Using the advantage brought by the golden apple, although he didn't enter the same state of inspired frenzy as before, he quickly calmed down and focused. Apollo, though puzzled as to why Promese was drawing instead of playing the flute, found watching the boy paint enjoyable and did not interrupt. And Argos, sensing danger, was somewhat unsettled, but the strong aura of Hera on Promese couldn't be fake, so after hesitating for a while, he did nothing. Thus, Under the faint moonlight at the highest peak of the silent mountain, the only sound was Promise gently moving his paintbrush. This time, it didn't take long, just a little over 2 hours, for him to finish the painting. He looked at the painting in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. Then he stood up, holding the painting, and found the best scenic spot. Before Apollo and Argos could react, he began, "Noble and beautiful Queen Hera, I am your most loyal follower, Promise, student of the centaur sage Chiron. At this moment, I wish to offer you a tribute, a painting. I hope you will like it." Promise offered the painting to Queen Hera. And just as he finished speaking, the goddess appeared before him, as if she had always been by his side. "A painting?" Hera's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Promise. She had arrived so quickly that she still held a piece of wild boar meat in her hand. "Where is it, Promise? Are you offering me a painting?" At that moment, seeing Hera appear in front of Promise, both the hundred-eyed giant Argos and Apollo were stunned. Wait a minute, Apollo, why are you here?" And Argos. Hera then naturally noticed Apollo standing nearby, as well as the towering giant Argos. Seeing Argos, she was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized what was happening and looked at Io, who was also stunned by the sudden turn of events. Upon seeing Io, Hera's face showed undisguised disgust, but she restrained herself when she saw Promise. "Who sent you here? Was it Athena again?" she asked, barely containing her anger. Promise said nothing in response but handed the painting to Hera. The latter took the painting with a frown, and as soon as she saw it, she was stunned. The painting depicted a beautiful woman with snow-white skin, holding a snow-white cow and crying beside a large tree under the night sky. Next to them was a wooden house with lights on. The door was open, and cries could be heard from inside. Several people, who resembled the woman, walked by her repeatedly, their faces showing exhaustion. Despite the woman's cries and calls, her relatives could only hear the cows mooing. As Hera looked at the painting, a sense of pity and reluctance welled up in her heart. Meanwhile, Promise had quietly approached the cow and untied the rope around her. He brought Io before Hera, making her kneel and look up, her eyes filled with pleading as she cried. Finally, Hera was moved. She looked at Io and then at Promise, feeling a little flustered and a little reluctant, but at the same time she gritted her teeth, unwilling to let Io go easily. Promise then bent down, gently patted the cow's head, and smiled, saying, "Io, when you return home, do you vow to become a loyal and kind follower of the noble Queen Hera for the rest of your life, and never betray her? Do you promise to pray to Queen Hera at her temple every day?" Hearing this, Io seemed to awaken from a dream. She nodded frantically at Promise and looked pleadingly at Hera. Seeing this, Hera's expression finally softened. She looked at Io, then at Promise. After a long while, she sighed softly. She reached out and patted Promise's head with a mix of fondness and helplessness, pinched his cheek, then turned and left with the painting. The moment she left, Io felt an intense itching all over her body and she couldn't help but scratch the itchy spots. It felt as if she was shedding a heavy layer of clothing. Finally, she emerged from the body of the white cow. She was indeed a very beautiful person, with skin as white as snow, and even exuding a faint scent of milk. Emerging, she looked around in confusion with her bright eyes until Promise took out a piece of clothing from Pegasus and draped it over her. She then finally came to her senses, looking up and staring blankly at the boy in front of her. It was as if she wanted to imprint his image in her mind forever. It was not until this moment that Apollo, the god of light, finally came back to his senses from the series of events before him. The main issue was that things progressed too quickly. He hadn't even had a chance to say a word. Apollo then looked at Io, who had returned to her human form, and then at the hundred-eyed giant Argos, standing nearby, stunned for a while. Wait a minute, fate. Was it rewritten so easily? At this moment, in the ancient and majestic temple of fate. "Hey, Clotho, your promise has altered fate again," the sickly second sister Lachesis said to the goddess of fate Clotho. "Yes." And the goddess of fate Clotho simply responded indifferently. In the kingdom of Luna, as the sun god Helios brought the sun to light up the night and dawn illuminated the world, a Pegasus descended from the sky, flapping its silver wings and arriving on Earth. Under the incredulous gaze of the middle-aged king, who was also Io's father, Inachus, the Pegasus brought back his daughter, who was as beautiful as a flower. In the palace of the kingdom, Promise dismounted from the crouching Pegasus, helped Io down, and watched as she and her father embraced each other, crying tears of joy. Surrounding them were some attendants, guards, and Io's family members who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing that it was finally over, Promise then turned and prepared to leave on the Pegasus. "Wait, brave warrior!" Inachus quickly called out to Promise. He looked at the boy sitting on the Pegasus, who appeared as dazzling as a god descended to earth, and after a moment of awe, said, "No, great god, can you tell me your noble name?" "I don't know exactly what happened, but I know it must have been a difficult journey. So please stay here for a while. I will prepare the grandest feast and offer you rich rewards to show my gratitude." After Inachus finished speaking, Io couldn't help but look at Promise. Her beautiful eyes were filled with expectation. She hoped Promise would stay, as she had many things she wanted to say to him. "I am not a great god. My name is Promise, a student of the centaur sage Chiron and a follower of the noble Queen Hera." Promise smiled and replied, "As for the feast and rewards, they are unnecessary because it wasn't me who saved your daughter, Io." "You don't need to thank me. Thank the kind-hearted Queen Hera." "And Io, remember your promise. From now on, go to Hera's temple every day and pray to her." "Zeus, if you dare to lay a hand on Io in Hera's temple, all I can say is, you truly are something." Hearing that Promise wasn't a god, Inachus was visibly surprised. However, at this moment, Io stepped away from her father, nodded firmly to Promise, and said, "Lord Promise, don't worry. I will keep my vow. From today on, I will be like you, a lifelong loyal follower of Queen Hera." "And my father, although I can't tell you exactly what happened while I was missing, I can tell you that it was Lord Promise who called upon Queen Hera for help and forgiveness. That's how I was able to return to your side." Hearing this, Inachus looked at his daughter, who couldn't take her eyes off Promise, and instantly understood something. As he was about to say something, the boy smiled, shook his head, and said, "No, I really didn't do much. Just thank Queen Hera." With more and more people gathering to see what was happening, Promise gently patted the Pegasus's head, which flapped its wings and prepared to leave. "Wait." Io became anxious and hurriedly took a step forward, saying, "Lord Promise, please stay. My father will prepare the grandest feast and give you the most precious treasures." "No need," the latter replied instantly. "I don't deserve such treatment. But if you really want to reward me, I hope you can spread my name. I am Promise, a student of the centaur Chiron and a follower of Queen Hera. I will become the brightest hero in this world." With that, the Pegasus carried Promise into the sky, flying towards the morning sun, watched by Io and the others. Comment 11. Vote to left. Chapter 65, please end it quickly. The Pegasus took him back to the mountain, where the 100-eyed giant Argos and the god of light Apollo were waiting for him. Seeing Promise return so quickly, Argos was surprised and lowered his voice, trying to speak softly to him. "Promise, why did you come back so quickly? Didn't those people plan to treat you well?" As he said this, the giant was clearly angry. The events of last night made him realize that Promise was now Hera's favorite. When the goddess left last night, the way she looked at this boy with such helplessness, affection, and gentleness that made him feel that she was not Hera at all, but someone else impersonating her. Moreover, he had rarely seen anyone who got involved in matters between Hera and Zeus and still came out unscathed. What's more, Promise not only survived but also resolved the situation perfectly. Argos thought that when Zeus learns about this, he would definitely have a headache, but the key point was that there was nothing Zeus could do about it. He could not even get angry. So, Argos was thinking that if Promise had been wronged there, he wouldn't mind stepping in to teach those people a lesson. No, nothing like that happened. However, the latter shook his head and said, "They welcomed me warmly and were preparing to hold a feast and give me generous rewards, but I declined. I just asked them to help spread my name." One more legend added, thinking about how his legendary deeds could be added to his class card, and that people would help him spread his fame for free. Promise couldn't help but smile. Seeing him smile so happily, Argos, though a bit puzzled, felt relieved. At this moment, the god of light Apollo, who had been standing quietly and smiling lightly, naturally saw everything, including how Io looked at Promise longingly and sorrowfully when he left. So, he naturally asked the boy, "But child, don't you think that girl is very beautiful?" "Io is indeed quite beautiful, but why?" The latter looked at Apollo in confusion, tilting his head in puzzlement. Promise hadn't paid much attention to Io, so he hadn't noticed how deeply affectionate her gaze was when she looked at him. After all, when he decided to follow Hera, he had already resolved to avoid stepping on her toes. For this reason, he vowed never to marry, never to own land, and never to have children. He would devote himself entirely to upholding the glory of Queen Hera. Besides, even if he had noticed, Promise would have run even faster. Good grief, Io was a woman whom Zeus desired but had not obtained. As a man himself, Promise understood very well what would happen when a man desires a woman but isn't able to get her. He might think about her for a lifetime. This was why, in the palace earlier, he kept mentioning Hera in every sentence. Everything was done by Hera and had nothing to do with him. Seeing Promise's bewildered expression, Apollo smiled lightly and said no more. Apollo, who was as love-minded as his sister Artemis, felt a bit regretful that such a beautiful love ended before it began, but in his heart he also felt that Io alone was not worthy of Promise. "Oh, by the way, I heard that Atalanta has a good relationship with this child. Little Atalanta grew up under the care of Artemis and me, not only cute but also able to protect Promise. I'll discuss it with Artemis in a while." Promise naturally didn't know what Apollo was thinking at that moment. After he exchanged a few more words with the hundred-eyed giant Argos, Argos prepared to leave. Argos was mainly worried that if he continued talking, something might go wrong. For example, if he accidentally lost control of his voice and laughed out loud and burst Promise's eardrums. He felt that Hera would probably dig out his eyes one by one herself. And now that Argos no longer had to look after Io, he felt relieved. If it weren't for Hera's orders, who would want to get involved in the messy affairs between Zeus and Hera? In this regard, Argos was genuinely grateful to Promise. Moreover, he had always thought well of Promise, so before leaving, he expressed that if he ever needed his help in the future, he could come to him directly. When Promise needed assistance, all he had to do was show the painting, and Argos would respond. Hearing this, as he watched Argos leave, Promise realized that his life was indeed drifting further and further away from the path of a warrior. After all, Hephaestus's divine weapons hadn't even been forged yet, and he already had 4 paintings: the sword of the goddess of justice Themis, Pegasus, the hundred-eyed giant Argos, and the river goddess Aegina. Although the painting of the river goddess might not count, since her weak divine power allowed her to be recorded temporarily, but it was fleeting. Every day, the divine power in the painting was dwindling. It wouldn't be long before it became just an ordinary painting with no power. But becoming a summoner doesn't seem like a bad idea, right? When the Holy Grail War starts, I wouldn't even need to fight personally. I could fight and draw people to join. If the Holy Grail War is simple enough and not filled with gods, I might even perform a one-night Holy Grail War? Thinking this, Promise's smile widened, feeling very happy. But soon, his smile faded, and he almost felt like crying. Pegasus spread its wings again, running through the sky. This time, it was flying several times faster than usual. The main reason was that it felt that if it didn't fly faster this time, its little master would definitely cause trouble for it afterwards, because the god of light Apollo was sitting right behind Promise. Yes, Apollo was sitting behind Promise, with the sky's gentle breeze blowing through his golden hair. He also stretched out his hand and tucked the hair beside his ear down in a somewhat charming manner. His sky-blue eyes looked gently at the stiff Promise in front of him. If he weren't afraid of accidentally hugging the boy to death, he would have already wrapped his arms around Promise's waist. Oh God, please end this quickly. This time, Pegasus was very reliable, mainly because with the god of light Apollo protecting them, it could run with all its might. At the same time, it was afraid that its little master would indeed trouble it later, like tearing up its painting and abandoning it. Although it was also forced into this situation. So, Just after the afternoon, while Apollo was still contemplating whether to hold the delicate Promise in his arms and was even about to take action, Pegasus brought them back to the sanctuary. As soon as they landed, Promise couldn't wait to get off Pegasus, and then he saw the trembling laurel tree goddess Daphne. Apollo was very touched by Daphne's reaction, believing she was expressing her joy at his return, which alleviated his regret of not holding Promise. As he smiled, Promise also smiled, because a smile doesn't disappear, it just shifts. At that moment, he seemed to hear Daphne's cry. Noah! Comment 7 comment. Vote to left. Chapter 66. Apollo, will you give Promise a painting? Goddess Daphne, we're back. Are you happy? You must be very happy, right? Promise ran under the silver-leaved laurel tree that was the goddess Daphne and spoke with a beaming smile. A gentleman doesn't seek revenge overnight. His meticulous grudge book perfectly exemplified his character. Moreover, reciprocation is a virtue. When God Apollo left with me, you were so happy. Now it's my turn to be happy. Although they hadn't met many times, possibly due to both being persecuted by Apollo, and Promise having been persecuted by Artemis as well, the two got along very well, like old friends. So, Daphne wasn't angry at Promise's teasing. She just waved her branches in mock annoyance and lightly tapped the boys on the head. You two seem to have a good relationship, Apollo observed with a smile from the side, feeling satisfied. After all, one was his lover, and the other was a child he liked. Yes, thanks to you, the god of light. Apollo, Promise said with emotion. Indeed, in every sense, it was thanks to him. Oh, by the way, Lord Apollo, I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. Thank you for protecting me and accompanying me on this journey. Without you, I wouldn't have completed this divine mission so smoothly, Promise said gratefully. But the underlying message was actually, it's over. Now that it's over, please don't follow me anymore. No, child, I can't accept your thanks, because I didn't do anything on this journey. I just watched as you rewrote what was supposed to be your fate, Apollo said, recalling the events of the previous night with some emotion. This naturally piqued Daphne's curiosity. She swayed her body, expressing her confusion to Apollo, and the latter actually understood her. So you do understand, but you automatically ignored her aversion and even replaced it with affection? Apollo then recounted the events of the previous night and what he saw in the future to Daphne, while observing Promise's reaction. To his surprise, the boy remained calm, as if he had known all along, and even started playing with Pegasus. Specifically trying to stop Pegasus from sneaking away to graze. Child, this isn't the first time you've changed fate, is it? Apollo asked. Having realized the truth, Promise paused for a moment, then thought of Goddess Athena, Artemis, and many other gods who knew, and since the gentle goddess of fate hadn't told him to keep it a secret, he tactfully told Apollo about his bet with Clotho. Hearing that Promise was both favored and abandoned by the goddess of fate, and had embarked on a path of changing fate, Apollo was surprised. However, looking at the silver thread tied around Promise's hair, he finally understood. It was a strand of hair taken by Athena, containing her divine power, making it impossible for the gods to spy on Promise except for Athena herself. Then Apollo seemed to think of something. He hesitated for a moment before saying to Promise, Child, do you know Orpheus? He is also a student of the centaur Chiron, just like you. Orpheus? Of course, I know him. When I was with teacher Chiron, he taught me how to play the lyre beautifully, Promise replied, nodding. In fact, I'm planning to find him because I need to complete the trial of finding the Golden Fleece under Queen Hera's witness, and he is one of my chosen crew members. And I also need to seek revenge on him. Hearing him say this, knowing that he had a good relationship with Orpheus, Apollo felt relieved. But hearing the word revenge, he naturally froze. However, before he could ask, Promise quickly explained the content of his revenge. When Apollo and the goddess Daphne learned that the boy's revenge referred to the time they left the mountain without him and even tied him up in Chiron's cave, both Apollo and Daphne burst into laughter. The laurel tree shook continuously, showing just how much Daphne was laughing. Do you want to see him now? Apollo asked. Yes, of course, Promise nodded, already guessing that Apollo had something to discuss with him. And as he expected, Apollo took out the golden lyre, the divine instrument that could make everything in the world stop and listen, and handed it to Promise. Apollo hoped that Promise could deliver it to Orpheus on his behalf. Promise accepted the golden lyre, not surprised by this request. After all, in the original myth, Apollo did indeed give it to Orpheus. Promise's musical skills were good, but compared to Orpheus, he was still lacking. Orpheus could make wood and stone weep or rejoice with his music. "I understand, God of Light Apollo. I'll go find him right away," Promise said, turning to run towards Pegasus. Seeing this, Apollo quickly called out to him, "Wait, child. I'm sorry. I wanted to help, but it seems I didn't help at all and only caused you trouble," he said, taking out 2 golden apples he had prepared and handing them to Promise. Now, Promise had 5 golden apples again. The goddess Daphne, seeing this, although she didn't have golden apples, shook her body gently, causing some silver leaves to fall into Promise's hands. This was quite a fortune. "No, it's no trouble at all. I'll go find him right away." Promise, already quite adept at handling such situations, shook his head as he took the golden apples. "Of course, it was no trouble. Being with you is the biggest trouble." Without giving Apollo a chance to speak further, he climbed onto Pegasus, and the winged horse, understanding perfectly, immediately spread its silver wings and flew into the blue afternoon sky with Promise. "This child is truly adorable," Apollo said to Daphne, deeply moved by Promise's willingness to go through fire and water for him. "Right, my beloved." Daphne didn't want to speak. She was just marveling at how quickly Promise ran away, and if she could, she would have run too. She could actually change back from being a laurel tree since it was her father who turned her into one. But she didn't dare to do it. With Apollo in his current state, if she changed back, she would definitely be captured and taken away for marriage. Thinking of this, Daphne couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow, and her body trembled once again. Apollo, however, thought she was agreeing with him and smiled happily. At that moment, "By the way, Apollo, do you have any more golden apples?" A silver-haired, golden-eyed goddess suddenly emerged from the sunlight, approaching the two. Apollo wasn't surprised by her appearance at all. After all, he had sensed her watching them all along the way. "No, I just gave them to that adorable child." "Why?" he replied. "Nothing." Athena shook her head, visibly frustrated. Hera would never give her a golden apple. And in her words, "She was already scheming against my follower, and now she wants a golden apple? Dream on." But Athena had already associated golden apples with Promise. After Hermes spread the word, everyone knew that to see Promise, they had to bring a golden apple. So now, this wise goddess couldn't even appear in front of the boy because she didn't have a golden apple. "Hera, you stingy." Athena clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction and then said to Apollo, "You asked Promise to find you and Calliopei's child because of that matter in the underworld, right?" Hearing this, Apollo looked into her golden eyes, which seemed to see through everything in the world, and nodded. "Yes, after all, my child Orpheus, like me, is a passionate person willing to give everything for his beloved. The death of his wife has left him in deep sorrow, and now he is preparing to go to the underworld, hoping to move Hades with his music. His musical skills are on par with mine, and may even surpass me. Therefore, I can see him achieving that, and it makes me proud, but he is too much like me." At this point, he sighed and said, "He loves his wife too deeply, so he is destined not to pass the trial in the underworld." Unable to sense his wife's breath or hear her voice, he will surely turn back and lose her forever. Speaking, he revealed a look of immense sadness and once again gazed at the laurel tree goddess Daphne with deep affection. Daphne, now transformed into a laurel tree, didn't move. She was exhausted. She even thought the world might as well be destroyed. "But you didn't tell little Promise everything," Athena said with a sly smile, her eyes slightly narrowed. Apollo fell silent for a moment, then sighed and said, "Yes, I know he is a very good child, so I actually didn't want him to get involved in this matter. After all, he is as delicate as a flower, evoking people's affection." Hearing this, Athena suddenly understood why Promise looked at Apollo with the same apprehension he had for Artemis. "No, perhaps even more fearfully. Just listening to this for a while was already unbearable. But you might not know, little Promise will certainly try to change Orpheus's fate once he's involved, Athena continued. Because that's his agreement with the goddess of fate, Clotho. No matter what destiny is set, he will strive to create a more beautiful future for her, who cannot see it. Hearing Athena's words, Daphne gently shook her body, the silver leaves rubbing against each other, making a rustling sound. After all, there was a hint of jealousy in the wisdom goddess's words. Apollo was stunned for a moment, then his expression became serious. No, I have to stop him now. Saying this, he prepared to chase after Promise, but Athena stopped him. There's no need. You've already intertwined Orpheus's fate thread with Promise's. The Temple of Fate is probably already busy, and it cannot be changed now. Besides, don't you want to see your son Orpheus change his fate and live happily ever after? Hearing this, Apollo couldn't help but say, of course I want that, but Athena, that's the underworld. Even a slight breeze could cause the child to stay there forever. But he can still change Orpheus's fate, Athena said with a smile. And he is the only one in this world who can do it. Moreover, rest assured, he won't be in danger because we have an oath. I won't let anything happen to him before that, and besides. At this point, the goddess raised her head proudly and said, he is a child who can bring me glory and create miracles that even I marvel at. Bring you glory? Apollo was stunned once again and instinctively replied, isn't it Hera? Daphne nodded in agreement from the side. She smelled something fishy here. Athena didn't explain, as she couldn't possibly reveal that it wasn't just her and Hera, but also the goddess of justice Themis, and now the goddess of fate Clotho too. That's not the point. The point is, Apollo, have you prepared the reward for that child? When he truly changes everything. Hearing her words, Apollo replied without hesitation, whatever blessing he desires at that time, I will not refuse. For example, a painting? Athena asked with a smile. A painting? Apollo looked at her a bit puzzled. Yes, the goddess nodded, smiling. And it's the same painting as the moon goddess Artemis. Chapter 67, The Underworld. Orpheus, like Promise, was a student of the centaur Chiron. As for his evaluation, Promise could only say that he was a very artistic person. When talking to him, it was common for Orpheus to suddenly break into song and play his lyre spontaneously. Orpheus possessed extraordinary musical talent, so much so that even stones and trees could feel sorrow or joy from his music. While Promise's excellent lyre skills were taught by Chiron, Orpheus also played a significant role in his learning. Orpheus had a devoted fan who was also his wife, the nymph Eurydice. She was drawn to Orpheus by his melodious music, and coupled with Orpheus being Apollo's son and having good looks, the two fell deeply in love. The god of light Apollo said that Orpheus was like him, a passionate lover. In this regard, Apollo's comment was accurate. Orpheus loved only Eurydice in his life, which is why he ventured into the underworld for her, and after failing, he died in sorrow, being struck down. Therefore, bidding farewell to Apollo and the laurel tree goddess Daphne, the next morning, Promise, finally able to rest, woke up after a night's sleep and was preparing to call forth Pegasus from the painting to continue his journey. Come on, little Promise. The messenger god Hermes appeared, smiling as he handed a golden apple to Promise. The latter accepted the golden apple and looked at him. Although he showed no expression on his face, he was very cautious inside, as Hermes was famously clever and cunning in myths, the creator of trickery. Moreover, this was type moon, so there was an unwritten rule that anyone who looked good, had a bright smile, and squinted eyes was either secretly wicked or downright deceitful. And the more deceitful they were, the darker they might be. Lord Hermes, this is your shepherd's flute, Promise said, taking out the dark-colored shepherd's flute to return it to Hermes after accepting the golden apple. However, the latter waved his hand dismissively. Didn't I say I was giving it to you? It's your reward for helping resolve the issue with Io. But I didn't resolve Io's issue. It was the kind and noble Queen Hera who forgave her, Promise said sincerely. He knew very well that he had secretly caused tricked Zeus in the Io's matter. Hearing this, Hermes glanced at Promise and then smiled even more brightly. Don't worry, keep it. It's the reward you deserve, and Our great father has already shifted his affection to someone else. Promise blinked, understanding that Zeus had a new target. Seeing Promise still hesitating, Hermes continued to smile. Besides, Athena has been watching all along. Hearing that Athena was watching, Promise finally accepted the shepherd's flute. Promise's caution was understandable even though he wasn't afraid of death. The days with Apollo had worn him out. And this was even with the help of the laurel goddess Daphne, who shared nearly 90% of the firepower. Apollo has been like this. If he meets Zeus, the king of gods who is even more extreme than him, thinking of such a future, Promise thinks he might as well commit suicide. Seeing the boy finally accept the flute, Hermes handed him a small package that he had prepared. Here, Promise. This is from Athena. She said you can't open it now, you must wait until the right moment. Hearing this, Promise gave Hermes a strange look. After a brief hesitation, he took the package and sighed. It looks like my journey for revenge won't be smooth this time either. But isn't this the heroic path you chose, little Promise? Hermes said, adjusting his feathered cap with a smile. Indeed, this was the path Promise had chosen before the goddess of fate, Clotho. After bidding farewell to Hermes, Promise once again mounted Pegasus and flew away. As soon as he left, the wise goddess Athena appeared, stopping Hermes, who was about to leave. Wait, Hermes. Do you have any more golden apples? Give me a couple. Seeing Athena urgently speaking to him, Hermes spread his hands. None left. None left? Athena frowned, full of disbelief. Really, that was the last one, Hermes explained, thinking for a moment before adding, recently, Hera has been keeping a close watch on the golden apples. No one can get any, so I really have none left. Not only that, Hera recently publicly stated that no one is allowed to give the golden apple to Athena, and anyone who gives it to you will face her wrath. Seeing Athena's frustration, Hermes couldn't help but find it amusing. The wise goddess was having a tough time. Tch. Athena clicked her tongue in annoyance. This can't go on. I have to think of a way. With that, knowing she couldn't get any golden apples from Hermes, Athena turned and left. Watching Athena leave in a hurry, Hermes looked in the direction Promise had gone. He couldn't help but wonder why he didn't find this boy earlier. Ever since he met Promise, Hermes felt that life was becoming more and more interesting. 3 days later, Promise found himself face to face with Orpheus. Although he had never been troubled by getting lost before, it usually took him at least half a month or even longer to find someone. Pegasus didn't know who Promise was looking for or where to go, but every time they were about to set off, a certain goddess would mark the coordinates for it. Promise found Orpheus in a tavern in a remote village. One night, when he saw the man, he couldn't believe his eyes. The once dashing Orpheus had disappeared. In front of him was a man drowning in sorrow and alcohol, who had even sold the lyre given to him by Chiron as a graduation gift to buy more drinks. When Promise appeared before him, Orpheus thought it was a hallucination. But even if it was, he desperately needed someone to listen to him, so he hugged Promise and threw up on him. Between sobs and laughs, Orpheus told Promise what had happened. It turned out that Orpheus had gone to the underworld 2 days ago, and he was appreciated by Hades, the god of the underworld, because the sound of his piano made the dead in the underworld shed tears. But just like in the myth, he couldn't stand the loneliness along the way and was worried that his wife, the fairy Eurydice, had not caught up with him, so he finally turned back to look. Therefore, what remained in Orpheus' eyes in the end were his wife's sad and tender eyes. The fairy Eurydice did not blame him, but Orpheus also lost her forever. It was obvious that this was not the first time Orpheus had told this to others, so when he finished speaking, what rang out in the tavern were not the sounds of sympathy, but bursts of laughter. They told Promise not to believe it, calling Orpheus a madman, saying he was always talking nonsense. After all Greeks knew that once someone went to the underworld, they could never come back alive. Promise didn't argue or get angry. Calmly, he cleaned himself up and took out the silver leaves given to him by the laurel tree goddess Daphne before he left. Using the leaves, he retrieved Orpheus's lyre and got someone to help carry him to a room. Please take care of him. Tell him his friend Promise is here, and that everything so far has been just a nightmare. Let him rest well, and soon the nightmare will end. and his wife Eurydice will return. Promise handed over the money he had exchanged for the silver leaves as payment to the people willing to help. Then, he left the village and went outside, where he opened the small package Hermes had given him a few days ago. As soon as he opened the package, a butterfly with glowing wings emerged, fluttering around Promise twice before flying off into the distance. If Promise didn't follow, it would stop and wait for him. Following the butterfly, he arrived at a graveyard where three paths converged, accompanied by the distant sound of barking dogs. At that moment, the moonlight shining on Promise was engulfed in darkness. It was as if the moon above was being swallowed, plunging the surroundings into darkness. From that darkness emerged a goddess holding a lantern, her face veiled in black, stepping onto the path of the underworld to enter the mortal realm. Beside her was a three-headed guard dog. The guard dog's tail wagged excitedly because there were only a few times a year it could leave the gates of the underworld and accompany its master to the mortal realm. The goddess finally stopped in front of Promise, her crimson eyes quietly observing the boy standing before her. The butterfly that had guided him here fluttered its wings and returned to the lantern she held. Has Athena finally gone mad like her mother? The goddess's first words left Promise dumbfounded. Do you think you, who are even weaker than a baby, can return from the underworld? Whatever, it's not my business. I have no interest. Before Promise could respond, the goddess stepped forward and handed him the lantern she held. Don't let go of it down there. Cerberus, take him to the underworld. Upon hearing this, Cerberus let out a couple of pitiful howls. He brought honey cakes for you. The three-headed hellhound stopped howling immediately. After arranging everything, the goddess walked past Promise and disappeared at the crossroads. Promise watched her disappear, unable to react. He hadn't even had time to say a word until Cerberus, sitting on the ground, barked twice, bringing him back to his senses. Seeing the three-headed dog sitting in front of him, all six eyes staring at him, Promise naturally knew who it was. The guard dog of the underworld in Greek mythology, Cerberus. Seeing Promise staring at it without any other reaction, Cerberus barked twice in annoyance. Its eyes then looked towards the package the boy was carrying, showing a hint of longing. Following its gaze, Promise quickly understood and took out the package. Inside, he found honey cakes. In Greek mythology, honey cakes were Cerberus's favorite food. It was accustomed to place a honey cake in the coffin of the deceased so they could safely pass by Cerberus. Promise's package contained 3 honey cakes, which he took out and fed to each of Cerberus's 3 heads. Cerberus found it strange that someone as weak as Promise had the courage to feed it. He didn't smell a fear but rather a hint of excitement, causing it to look at the bot curiously. But since Promise had given it 3 honey cakes, Cerberus decided not to mind the small details. Wagging its tail happily, it turned around and started walking back. After a couple of steps, seeing that Promise hadn't followed, Cerberus turned back, urging him with its eyes. Seeing this, Promise hurriedly followed, though he regretted not having time to draw. Yes, the moment he saw Cerberus, his old habit resurfaced. Realizing he was straying further from the path of a traditional hero, Promise decided it was okay to be weak. Being a summoner who could call for help during fights wasn't bad either. With this mindset shift, Promise began to think it was a pity to have killed the Caledonian boar. That boar belonged to Artemis. He should have drawn it first and then had Artemis capture it. In future battles, he could have used giants and boars to crush his enemies. With such thoughts, Promise followed Cerberus along the path to the underworld. The lantern given by the veiled goddess illuminated the dark path, casting light on the poplar trees and red spider lilies on either side. The underworld breeze blew, making Promise, who was just holding the lantern, feel a chill. Without the lantern, that gust of wind could have kept him in the underworld forever. Cerberus continued leading the way, occasionally looking back to ensure Promise was following. After an unknown amount of time, Promise finally arrived at the gates of the underworld. The gates were illuminated by 2 eternally burning divine fires. Cerberus returned to the gates, placed the honey cakes down, and then, in Promise's sight, grew to a size as large as a small mountain, revealing its true form. Cerberus assumed this would scare Promise, but instead, it saw the boy's green eyes practically glowing with excitement. Feeling a bit disgruntled, Cerberus wanted to bark to assert its terror, but knowing it might permanently keep Promise in the underworld, it refrained because of the honey cakes. It lay down, yawned, and closed its eyes. Its tail wagged, pointing Promise towards the gates. Understanding, Promise reluctantly looked at Cerberus a few more times before entering through the gates with the lantern. As soon as Promise left, Cerberus, with its ears perked to confirm he was gone, shrank back to puppy size and ran towards the honey cakes, drooling. Soon, the sound of dogs fighting echoed. Even with 3 honey cakes, they fought over them fiercely. The next step would typically involve meeting the ferryman god Charon and using the last ancient Greek coin in the package to gain passage across the river Styx. But just as Promise arrived by the river Styx, before he could see the boat, he suddenly heard the sound of galloping hooves. Comment for comment. Vote to left. Chapter 68, Cap of Invisibility. Clotho, the gentle goddess of fate, held the crystal ball containing Promise's destiny, standing at a loss. Because when Promise agreed to Apollo and his fate intertwined with Orpheus, she saw the thread representing Hades' fate intertwine with his, despite her countless attempts to stop it. And this was just the beginning. When the thread of Persephone's fate also intertwined with Promise's, everything began to spiral out of control. At that moment, both Clotho and her sickly sister Lachesis, and even their emotionless elder sister Atropos, were stunned for a while. Because then, 1, 100, 1,000, 10,000, yes, countless threads of fate intertwined with Promises. They wrapped around the crystal ball containing his destiny, yet no future could be seen extending from them. The 3 fate goddesses knew what this meant. It meant that Promise's decisions would determine the futures of these people. These people might die because of his decisions, or they might have more beautiful futures. And this wasn't the first time the 3 fate goddess had seen this. During the pure white courtroom, when Promise was making his judgment, they had seen a similar scene. But even then, it wasn't as exaggerated as it is now. Since that day, Clotho had been tirelessly trying to grasp and foresee Promise's fate. In just a few days, she had seen hundreds of thousands of different outcomes without resting. But no matter how different the processes were, the results were surprisingly consistent. They were all the results that Clotho, the goddess of fate, least wanted to see. Why doesn't she tell Promise everything? Atropos, the emotionless sister, stood quietly at a distance, watching Clotho's efforts, and asked the sickly Lachesis beside her, confused. She probably doesn't want to put the child through such a difficult choice and wants to try to help him, Lachesis said, coughing twice. Despite her pale face, she smiled. After all, seeing Clotho, who hadn't left the temple in centuries and tried to emulate Atropos to be emotionless, show such an expression was heartwarming for Lachesis. While feeling sorry for Clotho, Lachesis was also happy for her. Then why didn't we forcibly stop everything from happening in the first place? Atropos asked after a while, looking at the crystal ball. If we could have stopped it, I would have long ago. But this fate didn't start today. The seeds were sown during the trial at the White Courtroom that day, Lachesis said, glancing at her. Back then, Clotho prevented it, maybe intentionally or maybe not. But that's fate. It's inherently unpredictable. Even we can only watch over it, not control it. Even if we avoid it temporarily, it will come back and could become even worse. Having said so much, Lachesis almost fainted from exhaustion. So, what do we do? Atropos asked, bewildered. What do we do? The latter looked at her logically minded but emotionally clueless sister in frustration. We aren't Clotho. Why should we let our sister suffer? We do what we must. Thus, Lachesis and Atropos took advantage of Clotho's distraction and quietly left the temple, with one going to the gods and the other to the human world. At the crossroads by the grave at the entrance to the underworld, as the night passed and the next day was drawing to an end, Promise finally returned to the mortal world, carrying the underworld lantern. As soon as he came back, he was surprised to find that the goddess he met last night, who helped him go to the underworld, was standing under a tree waiting for him. Because she wore a black veil, Promise couldn't see her face clearly and only caught a glimpse of her very beautiful red eyes. Before he could speak, she stepped forward, took the underworld lantern from his hand, and with a sudden burst of underworld butterflies, this goddess disappeared right before Promise's eyes. Strange, did I miss something and make her angry? To be honest, this was the first time Promise had encountered such an ungracious goddess, so he was momentarily puzzled. What he didn't know was that she wasn't angry, she just disliked him. Yes, this goddess found him troublesome because, from the moment she first saw him last night, she knew he was a problematic individual. This goddess is Hecate. She is a very special goddess in ancient Greek mythology. Although she resides in the underworld, she is not an underworld deity. Strictly speaking, she doesn't belong to any faction. She is the three-faced goddess of opportunity and also the goddess of magic in Greek mythology, the creator of magic. Moreover, she is the teacher of the witch Medea, who is at the end of the Golden Fleece journey. At the same time, one must remember that this world is type moon, so for a goddess who is the creator of magic in the Age of Gods, her strength needs no further explanation. And it just so happens that she is also one of the controllers of fate, and the one she controls is the most special aspect of fate. So, when she saw the chaotic fate around Promise last night, there was only one thought left in the goddess' mind, which was to stay away from this guy. Promise, of course, didn't know any of this. Although he was puzzled, he didn't pay too much attention. Anyway, it would be better if every goddess ignored him, especially virgin ones. He looked at the sky, where the sun was about to set, and returned to the small town before nightfall. From a distance, he saw Orpheus and found that the man no longer appeared as he did last night, drunk and despondent. Upon waking in the morning and learning from others that Promise had indeed come looking for him, seen him in such a state, paid his bar-tab, and retrieved his lyre, a deeply ashamed Orpheus had tidied himself up and waited anxiously at the town gate for him all day. Seeing Orpheus from afar, who seemed to have regained his spirit, Promise waved to him, eager to share the good news. Promise indeed brought back good news because in the underworld, not only did Hades agree to his request, but he also provided him with a very powerful artifact to help bring back Persephone. That would be his helm of invisibility. This is a terrifying artifact that even the king of the gods, Zeus, cannot detect. But at this moment, I finally found you. A familiar yet unfamiliar weak voice sounded in his ear. Curious, Promise turned his head, only to have the delicate body of the fainting goddess fall into his arms. To find Promise, the goddess of fate, Lachesis, had really exerted herself. She had walked over 1,000 steps. When Lachesis, who was proficient in fainting, finally woke up and opened her eyes, the sky had already darkened, and the night and stars hung high above. She was lying on a patch of grass, her head resting on Promise's lap. Realizing her situation, Lachesis did not feel ashamed of lying on the boy. She was even too lazy to get up for a moment. After all, for someone who faints several times a day, she was used to this. Initially, Clotho and Atropos would care for her and settle her down after she fainted, but now they just let her wake up wherever she collapsed. After all, she was a goddess, she wouldn't die from it. As she blinked and slightly raised her head to look at Promise, the movement caught his attention, and he looked down to see that she was awake. Seeing her awake, Promise was about to speak, but she suddenly put on a serious expression, and, with a weak voice, said, "Promise, you have brought shame to the goddess of fate because of you." This somewhat distant remark made Promise pause. But before he could react, she began coughing violently with a hint of laughter. Seeing this, Promise quickly helped her sit up and, looking worriedly at her, who was coughing but still laughing, couldn't help but say, "Lady Lachesis, are you all right?" "You remember me?" Lachesis weakly smiled at Promise, such a good child, but, looking at the boy, she couldn't help but tease again. "Before worrying about a goddess, you should eat 2 more golden apples. You are as delicate as a flower." After saying this with a smile, under Promise's somewhat speechless gaze, she almost fainted again from the excitement. "Lady Lachesis, may I ask why you are looking for me?" Promise asked to change the topic. "What's the matter?" Lachesis, though speaking with difficulty, still smiled and blinked at him. "Were you disappointed it wasn't my sister Clotho who came looking for you? Have you always wanted to shame my lovely sister Clotho?" "But I understand. After all, My sister Clotho is the cutest in the world. Promise didn't respond to that. Sometimes, it was indeed troublesome to talk to gods. And he couldn't deny Clotho's cuteness. Seeing his reaction, Lachesis couldn't help but laugh more, but her eyes gradually turned serious. Promise. She softly called his name, quietly staring at him. Though her face still bore a weak smile, her voice was light and serious. Do you remember your promise to Clotho? That you would show her a more beautiful future? Promise nodded. Seeing this, Lachesis smiled and beckoned him closer. When he did, she patted his head and said, but actually, I always wanted to tell you that you shouldn't have walked this path. But now it's too late. No one expected you to actually do it and come this far. But child, have you ever thought about how steep and rugged this path is? It's a future that no god can foresee, and now the choice of fate has come before you again. Comment 11. Vote to left. Chapter 69, Hades' Condition. Instinctively looking up, he saw 4 night black horses pulling a chariot in the sky above the underworld. The chariot was initially going to cross the river Styx and return to the underworld under Promise's gaze. However, halfway across, as if noticing something, it suddenly turned around. Accompanied by a soft exclamation, the chariot ran back and stopped in front of the slightly stunned Promise. From the chariot emerged an incredibly beautiful goddess. Her appearance was stunning, with long black hair like the night cascading down her back, eyes as bright as stars, and wearing a divine garment woven from the night sky and stars. She approached Promise. Walking around him twice, she confirmed his identity and, clapping her hands in surprise and delight, said, "It really is you, Hera's follower. You're the child who used my body as a canvas that night, right?" With just these words, Promise immediately realized who this goddess was. The goddess of night, Nyx, the embodiment of night in Greek mythology, one of the primordial deities. In myth, she was even the foster mother of the current king of gods, Zeus. "Child, why have you come to the underworld?" And holding little Hecate's lantern? Nyx looked at Promise and then at the lantern in his hand, curious. Facing such a deity, Promise naturally told the truth. "I have come to the underworld to see the great king Hades." "You want to see Hades?" Nyx tilted her head. Before the nodding Promise could answer, she laughed, grabbed his hand, and pulled him into the night chariot, saying, "All right then, I'll take you to see him." As the night chariot once again sped through the skies of the underworld, the ferryman Charon arrived at the riverbank. Seeing no one there and smelling the scent of a living being, he was momentarily puzzled. Inside the night chariot, facing Nyx's questions, Promise honestly told her everything. When Nyx learned that Promise came to the underworld solely for his friend Orpheus, even she, who had lived longer than the world itself, was taken aback. "Child, aren't you afraid that once you come down here, you might never return to the beautiful mortal world?" She couldn't help but ask. There had been heroes who ventured into the underworld, but none as fragile as Promise, who could be killed by a mere gust of underworld wind. "There likely wouldn't be another like him in any sense from now on." "The goddess of wisdom will help me," Promise replied. "Have you considered that Hades might not agree to help you? Moreover, this isn't your problem, it's your friend's problem. You came to this place, where you could lose your life forever, just to seize a slim chance for your friend. Is it really worth it?" "I never thought about whether it was worth it or not. I just think Orpheus shouldn't end up like that. It's very different from the him I remember, and besides." At this, Promise paused and smiled at Nyx. "Noble goddess, isn't this very heroic? To die like a true hero on the path of a hero is my lifelong dream." Nyx had heard such words before. After the night she became a canvas, she had been curious and learned about Promise, thus knowing his oath with Athena and his past with Chiron. But knowing and hearing it firsthand were two different things, especially here in the underworld. Promise had truly come to the underworld without a shred of hesitation. Could anything be more convincing than this moment? "No wonder Hera and Athena are fighting over you. Even all the gods of Olympus know about it now." Nyx couldn't help but sigh. Promise didn't respond, only recalling the night when the two goddesses faced off, with Artemis watching from the side, and felt a headache. He wasn't unaware that Athena had genuine feelings for him. After all, She had already revealed Clotho's second prophecy. Athena had helped him a lot so far, and Promise acknowledged that. But Goddess of wisdom, why are you a virgin goddess? In fact, forget about being a virgin goddess, why are you also a god of fun? And you are so powerful. If Artemis can run out and strangle someone through a heroic spirit, if it were you. Thinking of this, Promise showed a look of utter resignation and even more determination in his eyes. He was destined to be Hera's guardian in this life, to fight for Hera's glory. The goddess of night, Nyx blinked as she looked at the determined Promise. Though she didn't know what he was thinking, Nyx wanted to say one thing: that goddesses don't easily let go of what they like, especially not the possessive Hera and the proud Athena. Defying them could lead to very terrible consequences. Do you know about the Trojan War? Paris gave the golden apple to the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. I can. The goddess of night Nyx brought him to the temple of Hades, the god of the underworld. In the magnificent temple lit by the divine fire, Promise naturally saw the god sitting on a throne. And when he explained his purpose to Hades, what Promise and even the goddess of night Nyx did not expect was that Hades agreed very readily. Just as Promise was slightly stunned when he heard the words, he looked at the man sitting on the throne, dressed in black, looking a little gloomy and intimidating without even getting angry. But I have a condition, Hades said in a steady tone, staring quietly at the young man who dared to enter the underworld. I need you to help me bring a goddess here, and her name is Persephone. Persephone, she is the daughter of Zeus and the goddess of agriculture, Demeter. She is also the wife of Hades, the king of the underworld. Even among all goddesses, she is renowned for her beauty. When she first appeared at the banquet of the gods, she amazed everyone. Whether it was Zeus, Poseidon, or Apollo, they couldn't help but approach her, which naturally raised the vigilance of her mother, Demeter. Since then, Demeter never allowed her to interact with the gods and even hid her away. By the way, Demeter is not only one of the 12 Olympians but also the sister of Hades, Zeus, and Hera. Yes, the future queen of the underworld, Persephone, despite being the daughter of Zeus, was still coveted by him for a long time. If it weren't for Demeter's quick reaction. Oh, right, considering this, Persephone should probably call Hades uncle. Well, that's typical of Greek mythology, no need to dwell on it. Promise didn't refuse. When he heard Hades' request, he was surprised that Persephone had not yet become the queen of the underworld. But he quickly recalled a slip of the tongue from Hera on the night of the Caledonian boar hunt. Hera had mentioned she was preparing a wedding for Hades, a follow-up to the trial at the Pure White courtroom. So, Promise agreed. What he didn't know was that almost at the moment he agreed, in the ancient temple of fate woven from threads of destiny, a soft sigh was heard. Chapter 70, Meeting of the Goddess. Seeing Lachesis speak so seriously, Promise was not shocked or flustered. Instead, he was very puzzled. His clear green eyes reflected the image of the sickly goddess in front of him. Seeing this, the goddess didn't explain much. She reached into the night sky, took out the prepared thread of fate and lightly waved it to show Promise that future. As Persephone leaves, the crying goddess of agriculture, Demeter, in her fury, makes the earth wither, all things perish, and all food disappears from the world. Famine and fear engulf humanity, beasts and monsters riot, attacking towns, and countless people die in the disaster. At this point, Lachesis spoke again. Promise, do you remember your judgment in the goddess Themis courtroom? You revived the dead, and in return, Hera promised Hades a marriage. The latter nodded, recalling that it was this memory that led him to agree with Hades in the underworld so readily. Lachesis then showed another thread of fate, one already cut and belonging to the past. It depicted the earth splitting, Hades driving his chariot from the underworld to the world, and taking Persephone, who held a daffodil. Seeing this past, Promise recalled the story of Hades and Persephone from Greek mythology. In mythology, Hades and Persephone did not have a wedding. Hades forcibly took her, and half a year ago, Persephone should have already been the queen of the underworld. Even Orpheus, in the underworld, was supposed to move not Hades but Persephone with his music. Someone changed all this, and that person, the one who changed all this, was you, Promise. Lachesis, coughing lightly, said weakly, All this happened because of your judgment. Clotho cut this fate at that time because it was a matter between gods, not something a child like you should interfere with. But that's fate. Even after half a year, it found you. But even without me, this would still happen, right? After a moment of silence, Promise asked. Lachesis smiled weakly and nodded. Yes, without you, it would still happen. Persephone would still become the queen of the underworld, and Demeter would make the earth barren. For half a year, countless lives would be lost. But this was originally unrelated to you. Lachesis looked at Promise and continued, but now you have become the one who decides everything. Hearing this, Promise thought of the Helm of Invisibility from Hades and the promise he made to him. He would take Persephone from her mother to the underworld. Yes, this way, he was already indirectly deciding the future Lachesis showed him, which Clotho had been trying to avoid. Wait, shouldn't this marriage be completed by Hera? Couldn't I entrust this matter to the gods and ask Hera, Athena, and others for help to avoid it? Promise suddenly thought of this. Although Demeter is a major goddess and the sister of Zeus and Hera, who can bring life to the earth and make it barren, Hera's status still surpasses hers, and Athena is even stronger. As Promise was about to share this thought with Lachesis, he recalled Orpheus's situation and his reason for visiting Hades. He was there to change Orpheus's tragic fate. Realizing this, Promise closed his mouth. Seems like you figured it out, Lachesis said with a somewhat helpless smile. You cannot hand this matter over to the gods to solve, not just because you promised Hades, but also because of your oath with Clotho. No, to be precise, because of the oath with the four goddesses tied to you. Promise must take Persephone to the underworld due to his oath with the gods. On Mount Olympus, within the grand temple of Hera, the queen of the gods, Hera looked puzzled at the immaculate goddess Athena, who was dressed in a white gown. At that moment, Atropos, the eldest of the Fates, like her sickly sister Lachesis, was explaining the situation. Lachesis had informed Promise, while she was informing the gathered goddesses Athena, Hera, and the blindfolded goddess of justice, Themis. Themis was also present, sitting nearby. After all, her presence was essential. Therefore, aside from Clotho, who remained in the Temple of the Fates, the goddesses gathered here were the ones whose threads of fate were intertwined with Promise, the ones who would receive glory from him. Although there was also Hermes, who had caught the scent of the situation and come over, and Artemis, who happened to be nearby and now wore a look of "this sounds interesting." "What are you talking about, Athena?" Hera frowned deeply. "What oath?" "This was the wedding I promised Hades." "What does it have to do with Promise? And why would such a burden be placed on a child?" Hearing this, Themis, the goddess of justice, was somewhat surprised. Because she had not been paying attention to the situation recently, she hadn't realized how close Promise and Hera had become. Knowing Hera's nature, she understood that anyone else in Promise's place wouldn't have received such concern from Hera. "Under normal circumstances, even I would never impose such a trial," Athena said, looking at the somewhat agitated Hera with a hint of helplessness on her face. "But this time, I cannot, and must not, stop it. Because it is his oath with me, with us, that this matter must be decided by him." Hera couldn't comprehend her words, and there was no longer any point in hiding the truth. Or rather, it was impossible to hide it. Seeing the composed Atropos and the blindfolded Themis, Athena stepped forward, raised her voice slightly, and declared, "I will witness him become the brightest star of this era, and at the end of his journey, I will give him the grandest finale." As Athena finished speaking, Hera, who was already aware of the situation, looked at her in confusion. "And I will protect his growth with my sword." Themis, the goddess of justice, stood up, holding the scales of judgment. As Hera, Hermes, and Artemis, who was blinking in surprise, turned their gazes towards her, she said in a cold voice, "I will cut down the thorns in his path and gaze upon the road he chooses. This is a road that, once chosen, cannot be turned back. And I will stand at the end of that road, waiting for him to draw me." "Huh?" Hera, hearing this for the first time, stared blankly at Themis, still trying to comprehend. "And the path he ultimately chooses will be one of fate." The goddess of fate Atropos spoke without any emotion, saying, "His life will be one of changing fate, and he will draw the most beautiful future for my dear sister, Clotho, who cannot see the present but always looks to the future." Yes, this was Promise's oath with them. Athena, Themis, and Clotho had their threads of fate intertwined with Promise, who would bring them glory. This was the first time Athena disclosed this to the gods. Upon hearing these three oaths, not only was Hera stunned, but even Artemis was bewildered. As for Hermes, had he not feared the wrath of these powerful goddesses, he would have stood up and applauded enthusiastically. Wait, when did all this happen? Hera, confused, stared wide-eyed at the three goddesses. Athena heard this and winked at Hera before smiling faintly. Themis, the goddess of justice, did not speak. She put down the scales of judgment, with a faint smile on her lips. Atropos remained expressionless, devoid of emotion, as the one truly bound by oath to Promise was not her but Clotho, who was still in the Temple of the Fates, trying to find a solution. Just as Hera's mind went blank due to this revelation, indeed suppressing his urge to applaud, Hermes understood, looking at the three goddesses. Athena, you will witness Promise shine like a star. Themis, you will protect his chosen, irreversible path. And Atropos, your sister Clotho will grasp the beautiful future Promise draws for her. And Promise's journey to the underworld is directly tied to his oath with you all, so not only can you not stop him, but you must witness. Athena answered. Protect, Themis said. Wait, Atropos responded for Clotho. Clap, clap, clap. Hermes couldn't hold back. Even if it meant being beaten to death by these goddesses today, he had to applaud. And, after Hermes started clapping, Artemis joined in too. She didn't understand, but she felt that in this atmosphere, she had to follow the crowd. Athena ignored the two people's antics and once again looked at the calm goddess of fate, Atropos. Her golden eyes shone with absolute wisdom as she said, "And if I'm not mistaken, this matter is actually unavoidable." When that child made the judgment in that pure white court, when he chose to take this path, the matter could only be resolved by the child himself, because it was he who changed the fate of Hades and Persephone. And it was also he who chose this. Unless he gives up on his own initiative. Themis took over the conversation coldly, saying, "Give up being a hero and break our oath. In this way, we can take over and deal with this matter." But he promised my sister that he would let her see a more beautiful future. Atropos said calmly, "Even if his next decision will determine the future of countless lives, I don't want to see him give up because I don't want to see my sister sad." "But there's no way I'll give up on little Promise." Artemis blinked. As a bystander, she naturally said what she saw, because little Promise wants to be a hero. "I have never seen a child who is so determined that even death can't stop him. So, for this matter," Hermes laughed happily and said, "there is no solution." Athena glanced at Hermes calmly. She decided that she would grab her spear and shield and beat this guy up first. Anyway, she just happened to be in a bad mood right now. In fact, even Hades did not expect this. Although he gave Promise the task of bringing back Persephone, but he was not optimistic about the boy. In fact, he never thought of letting Promise solve the problem. Hades was completely looking at the shining marks left by Athena and the others on his body. In addition, it was the goddess of night, Nyx, who brought Promise to find him at that time, so Hades wanted to borrow the power behind the boy and gave the task to Promise. After all, any normal god would never think of letting a child do such a thing. Hera was silent. She was silent for a long time, and finally, she couldn't help but tremble all over. Then she stretched out her hand and pointed her white fingers at Athena, Themis and Atropos in front of her. Those amber eyes seemed to be on fire at this moment, filled with anger and undisguised jealousy. In a tone close to a roar, she said loudly, You guys, what on earth do you want to do to my believer? He is my believer, not yours. Also, why don't Promise and I have such a vow,